Safely play in that huge game room away from the dining area while you finish up your meal. The Mine Shaft is super family friendly. Your Saturday steak or prime rib dinner is under $25. Sunday brunch is under $15, far less than what you'll pay elsewhere. The Mine Shaft in beautiful downtown Hartford and near the EAA in Oshkosh. Lots of seating, close parking, and a very friendly staff. Just walk in today for your all-you-can-eat beer-battered haddock fish fry for $7.99, serving from 11 a.m. Get there early. It's big food. It's big fun. It's the Mine Shaft. Check out MineShaftRestaurant.com.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times? You're playing the lute.
Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Sometimes an identity threat is a ring of professional hackers. And sometimes it's an overworked accountant who forgot to encrypt their connection while sending bank details.
I need a coffee.
And you need LifeLock, because your info is in endless places. It only takes one mistake to expose you to identity theft. LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points a second. If your identity is stolen, we'll fix it, guaranteed, or your money back. Save up to 40% your first year with promo code NEWS at LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
Hi, I'm Rose Gray with Fox World Travel, and I'm excited to share that our exclusive guided Alaska land and sea journeys are now available for 2026. We partner with Holland America Line to curate the best and most sought-after experiences to Alaska. We send hundreds of travelers from Wisconsin to Alaska every year, along with experienced Fox tour managers for peace of mind. Don't just picture Alaska, live it. We have limited spots, and these tours are booking fast. Visit Fox World Travel online or call 866 Go Fox Go.
The Midwest's best baseball and softball training facility and retail center is here in New Berlin, and it's ready for you and your team. From little leaguers to hardcore players and trainers, this is the place you'll want to be.
You can't beat Burkhart.
You just realized your business needed to hire someone yesterday. How can you find amazing candidates fast? Easy. Just use Indeed. Start at Indeed.com/credit.
The place you want to go, Lynch McWanago.
Nobody sells for less than Lynch.
Your trusted and relevant source for news, sports, traffic, and weather. We are Wisconsin's radio station. News Radio 620, WTMJ, Milwaukee.
6 o'clock, I'm Vince Vitrano on Wisconsin's Morning News. Thursday, May 15th, our top story. Waiting for storms.
I'm Erik Bilstad. Here comes the judge to see the judge.
I'm Adam Roberts in for Debbie Loziga, and we're starting our morning off with few incidents. Just one broken down vehicle near 7 Mile Road on 94 South. The story for the roads, though, this morning is going to be the fog. It is thick, and it is across the system. You're not going to be able to escape it this morning. So headlights on, give yourself extra space and extra time on the roads. I'm Adam Roberts with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Partly cloudy skies today on our way to a high of 86 degrees, 75 at the lake. Severe weather possible this evening. Right now we're at 51, and from the WTMJ Breaking News Center, dense fog advisory this morning. That will give way to midday sun, followed by the risk of severe weather late this afternoon and into the early evening hours. Storm Team 4 meteorologist Tyler Moore predicting the storms will flare up near Madison mid-afternoon, then move into southeast Wisconsin between 5 and 8 p.m.
It is on the higher side for the severe weather threat, a level 3 out of 5. We don't get that often here. We are talking damaging winds, large hail, and yes, the chance for a few tornadoes. The Storm Prediction Center has highlighted that there is even the chance for maybe a couple stronger tornadoes if things play out in a certain way.
Complete WTMJ 5-day forecast coming up at 6:10.
Mouse droppings found in the school kitchen. The Milwaukee Health Department says it's located rodent droppings in the main kitchen of Pulaski High School after an inspection in the school this week. The health department ordered the school to cease all kitchen operations for a week until sanitization is complete. Then all potential entrances for mice are blocked off. There's no evidence of food contamination reported by the school.
Staff cuts in a suburban school district in Shorewood. They're cutting one full-time position and reducing 3 others to part-time at the high school, citing declining enrollment and course requests from students. School Board Vice President Ellen Ekman.
People said we're slashing and we're cutting, I felt like they were thinking we were doing a machete, and we're not. It's been looked at very carefully so that we didn't slash, that we didn't cut across all kinds of places.
It comes after a student walkout last week and hours of public comment on Tuesday's vote.
Do we lose enrollment as a result and then cut things, or do we cut things which results in a decrease in enrollment? We are losing the value that Shorewood provides.
It's not clear this morning which positions specifically are being cut.
Milwaukee County Judge Hannah Dugan, accused and indicted of helping an undocumented immigrant avoid arrest, is expected in court today.
They allege in the charging documents that there was a defendant in Judge Dugan's courtroom who federal immigration agents were there to detain for possible deportation, and they allege the judge rerouted the agents and then rerouted that criminal defendant away from the agents, allegedly, as a form of obstruction of a federal investigation.
CBS correspondent Scott McFarland there. Now, the judge's lawyers have requested that this case be dismissed, saying that she is entitled to judicial immunity for her official acts. Dugan faces 6 years in prison if convicted. Today, she's scheduled to be in court this morning.
U.S. Supreme Court will take up President Trump's birthright citizenship executive order.
On his first day in office, Trump signed an executive order that sought to limit birthright citizenship to the children of U.S. citizens. Within weeks, federal judges in 4 different states said the order was unconstitutional and blocked it from taking effect. The Supreme Court is now stepping in to determine if those judges overstepped their authority when they issued nationwide orders, according to Loyola law professor Justin Levitt.
Can one district court or can several trial courts around the country decide the scope of a rule banning the government from doing something across the board?
Peter Haralambous, ABC News.
No leadership change for Harley-Davidson.
An effort from Harley-Davidson's second largest shareholder to oust CEO Jochen Zeitz didn't pan out. Wednesday's vote re-elected Harley's entire board of directors, including 2 other longtime directors targeted by H Partners Management. The shareholder tells our news partners, the Milwaukee Business Journal, the vote was razor thin. About 48% of shareholders withholding support for the CEO. Zeitz still plans to retire this year, and the 2 longtime directors have signaled they might exit the board by 2026. Jessica Gatso, WTMJ News.
Coming up, what's really in a name? Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 6:05.
Here's to time out on the water in Wisconsin. To living your best life while enjoying the lake life.
Ready?
And getting up on a wakeboard the very first try. Or not. Here's to wearing only swimsuits and wishing this perfect day would never end. Here's to those who Wisconsin. Start your summer getaway at travelwisconsin.com.
Spas. The Swim Spa Hot Tub and Sauna Show is this weekend only inside the Exposition Center at Wisconsin State Fair Park. Millions of inventory must be sold. Prices are slashed up to 60% off retail, so save thousands. Save big on new hot tubs, spas, and saunas, also cold tubs. Plus, see the Michael Phelps Signature Swim Spas by Master Spas.
Hi, I'm Michael Phelps. Join the swimming revolution.
The Swim Spa Hot Tub and Sauna Show this weekend only inside the Exposition Center at Wisconsin State Fair Park. Visit 1-800-SPASale.com.
Are you sick of not being your bank's top priority? We are too. At Wintrust, we take a different approach to banking. We're proud to be your one true banking partner focused on your unique financial goals. That's right in your backyard. Whether you're opening your first account, buying a home, planning for the future, or starting a business, we have tailored solutions to get you there. Stop settling and start experiencing a better way to bank at Wintrust.com. Wintrust, different approach, better results. Banking products provided by Wintrust Financial Corp. Banks, member FDIC and equal housing lender.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hardworking partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
I'm Brett Matschke, and you're due for service.
Richlands.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 6:07.
We're playing on Thanksgiving again. Packers schedule is out. We'll give you the highlights in sports at 6:15.
A 69-year-old with dementia was able to get on a rideshare app without her family knowing. happened earlier this week.
I've never experienced this in my career.
Cudahy Police Chief Anthony Andrews says the endangered and missing woman with dementia was thankfully found safe in a Chicago hospital. Detectives found she used a toll-free number to hitch a ride.
She utilized an application called GoGoGrandparent.com.
She's okay, but too often the chief says you don't have a good outcome.
She's okay. In this case, obviously, was a team effort, everybody working together.
Julia Fellow, WTMJ News.
Leaders of Great Lakes states and Canadian provinces are in Milwaukee this week. The mayor of St. Catharines, Ontario, Matt Cisco, tells WTMJ how both countries rely heavily on each other.
Having municipal leaders able to, on the ground, talk about what matters to their residents with one another across the border, I think it goes a long way to showing upper levels of government the kind of reach out that they have to do to one another to make this relationship work.
Great Lakes Commerce said to produce some $36 billion in economic impact annually.
When it comes to the name game, new moms and dads are looking to their grandparents for inspiration.
Babynames.com says classic old-fashioned names are all the rage again. For girls, think Eleanor, Eloise, Elodie, Alma, Margaret, Nora, and Bennett. For boys, Theodore, Oliver, Owen, Silas, and Jasper. One consultant says they offer just the right mix of vintage soul and modern edge. Another suggests parents look for inspiration by visiting nursing homes and graveyards. Despite the trend, Liam and Olivia still top the list of the most popular baby names. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
Are you looking at me? Well, I think you're looking at me. I need to back you up on that one moment.
I feel like parents have been naming their children after grandparents since the dawn of time.
Without visits to nursing homes and graveyards?
Right.
Like, get a book. 609 on
We all
Wisconsin's
have the book.
Morning News. I mean, if you have someone to go visit, by all means, go see your people. But my goodness, you don't have to walk around the cemetery. 609.
Get 0% financing for up to 6 years at Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin. When having new Pella windows and doors installed at your home, you get the full Pella experience. That means we're with you from start to finish. Our team doesn't disappear after the work is done. Just like with Vinny, your Pella experience starts with a free in-home consultation.
It was a really comfortable kitchen table chat. We knew Pella was going to get it right the first time, and they designed a project with us. They didn't just replace our windows and doors.
With customizations driving limitless possibilities, our Pella experts truly listen to your vision, just as we did with Nicole.
I felt like they really listened to us. There are so many options that are available, so it was nice to have someone narrow those down, offer some suggestions, and they made sure that the design was what we wanted.
Don't wait any longer, because right now at Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin, get 0% financing for up to 6 years. Visit PellaWI.com today.
Certain restrictions apply. Ends 5/31/2025.
Traffic is sponsored by St. Vincent de Paul Thrift Stores.
St. Vincent de Paul Thrift Stores. Highway 100 and Layton Avenue in Greenfield. 23rd and Lincoln and 76th and Bradley Road in Milwaukee. Great bargains and a great cause. You're gonna love it. St. Vincent de Paul Thrift Stores.
Adam Roberts is on the traffic today.
And Vince, the story du jour for traffic is going to be that fog. It is still thick this morning. A little bit of a slowdown also right now on 41, just north of Capitol as you head up towards Silver Spring. Going to be tapping the brakes there. Only incident right now is a broken down vehicle near Highway 100 at 94 West, and that's on the right shoulder. But again, fog is thick out there, so make sure you have your headlights on. I'm Adam Roberts with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
The WTMJ 5-day forecast. Areas of patchy dense fog for you this morning, then partly cloudy skies through the middle of the day. Warm temperatures and muggy highs in the 70s by the lake, 80s inland. Look for the chance for scattered showers and thunderstorms to pop up to our west this afternoon and roll in across southeastern Wisconsin. Main time frame is 5 to 8 p.m. All types of severe weather will be possible. Those storms end early tonight, then mostly clear and mild. Temperatures falling into the 50s and 60s. Friday, partly cloudy, warm and windy. The chance for a couple more afternoon showers and storms. Highs in the lower 80s. Saturday, we start to cool off. Highs in the 60s, partly cloudy and breezy. Cooler into Sunday, partly cloudy, mid-50s. And we'll hold on to the 50s into Monday of next week. I'm meteorologist Tyler Moore, the Storm Team forecast on WTMJ.
Milwaukee at 51 degrees.
Live from the Annex Wealth Management Studios at the Avenue in downtown Milwaukee, this is Wisconsin's Morning News. Here are your hosts, Vince Vitrano and Erik Bilstad.
6:12 on Wisconsin's Morning News. You know, they always say in our business when we're debating what stories do we focus on for a given day, well, weather affects everyone.
It's true. Happening today on Wisconsin's Morning News.
I'll get you a little bit more on the, fair to say today, expected severe weather on this Thursday. National Weather Service has us in the red zone of the bullseye if you're looking at some of those maps that the meteorologists put up. Storm Prediction Center giving the likelihood for severe weather in Wisconsin at a level 3 of 5. So better than a 50-50 proposition that some of these storms that are expected late this afternoon into the evening will meet that severe weather threshold. We certainly need the rain. We had a wildfire in central Wisconsin this week in Juneau County, northeast Minnesota dealing with wildfires as well. ABC's meteorologist Lee Goldberg.
Over the wildfire zones, good news and bad news will dampen the fires, but maybe lightning can spark new storms. Severe weather threat late week all the way from the Midwest to the deep south.
And the tough part about this is the projections of how we get these severe storms appears to be a line of storms that will move through. Not always big rainmakers, but you get all the bad, right? What is the bad? From our WTMJ meteorologist Craig Copleen. All types of severe weather are possible. Large damaging hail, damaging thunderstorm winds, and even a few tornadoes. Timeline. We're going to talk live with Craig coming up at 7:20 this morning. He'll have much more with the current data now on that timing. But earlier he was timing this out to be late afternoon or early evening. Tyler Moore over at TMJ4 is now going between 5 p.m. and 8 p.m.
Okay.
Storms moving west to east. So obviously, if you're closer to the front end of that timeline, you're further west of Milwaukee, and then those storms will progress on through. But it looks like one of those classic lines that will sweep through, so you'll be able to see it coming on the radar, and we expect those storms to start firing up west of Madison by mid-afternoon. This morning, just that eerie fog. Did you check out downtown yesterday, like when you were leaving?
Yeah, super thick.
Like 3-4 blocks of downtown Milwaukee sopped in, and then sunshine. Everywhere else, it was like as soon as you emerged from the fog, it was sunny. Very odd. 6:14 on Wisconsin's Morning News.
Kick off your summer right with big seasonal savings at Fleet Farm. Kingsford 16-pound 2-packs of charcoal briquettes are just $17.99. Suffolk's braided fishing line is only $7.99 a spool. And get a free $25 gift card with every $100 you spend on select Columbia apparel and footwear. For more of the hottest summer specials at the best prices guaranteed, stop by your local Fleet Farm or check out our weekly ad at fleetfarm.com.
EAA AirVenture Oshkosh returns July 21st through the 27th. Vince Vitrano here. Summer, you can make your way to EAA AirVenture Oshkosh. Unforgettable family fun. 18 and under, get in free. That's thanks in part to the Boeing company. So no excuse not to bring the whole family. Unless you really just want that time away. That's cool. Explore thousands of aircraft, experience world-class air shows, and enjoy the world's greatest aviation celebration. Bring the whole family. Really good time. I brought my son last summer, and just a special dad and son time that we had together. And a lot of those memories are out there for your family. They last a lifetime. 1 week, endless possibilities. Get your tickets now at eaa.org/tickets and join us for the world's greatest aviation celebration.
Time for an update from the Gruber Law Office's One Call, That's All Sports Desk.
After a 3-day slog of drips and drabs, the full NFL schedule is out. For the first time since Matt LaFleur has been our head coach, the Packers will open the season at home. We start with the Lions Sunday, September 7th.
The Packers stay at home in Week 2 for a Thursday night matchup against the Washington Commanders. Other primetime games include Sunday night football matchups in Week 4 at Dallas and Week 8 at Pittsburgh. The Packers matchup in Week 10, a home game against the defending champion Eagles on Monday Night Football. From November 23rd until the end of the season, the Packers will play 5 games against NFC North Division opponents, including Thanksgiving at Detroit and the final week of the season at Minnesota. Greg Matzek, WTMJ News.
Packers will host 2 preseason games and an early bye week, another feature of the schedule. That will come in Week 5, which, as a fan of my team, I don't like. You always like, injuries pile up, guys get tired. Right,
Or middle of the season.
Right. as a fan who likes to watch games, that's cool. I'd rather have that day in October to do what I want.
Right.
When it's I don't want that bye week in December where you're like, I need my football.
Right, when it's cold and
Yes,
you just want to sit and snuggle in and curl up to a good football game.
What are we going to talk about tomorrow?
Yeah,
what else is the NFL going to leak out?
We can complain about the Thanksgiving game.
Here's
or
the
something.
date of the draft in 2032. Big announcement.
Your Brewers are off today, but it was nice to see that offense cooking again.
2-2. Fly ball to center, hit pretty well. Jones going back at the track, at the wall. Bye-bye baseball. Sal Frelick ties this game at 2 on his second home run of the season. Fastball at 97, thigh high, and Sal Frelick sent it out of here. Boy, did that have to feel good for Sal and for that Brewers dugout.
Yeah,
as Frelick showing a little power, a little pop.
Yes, it was good to see him getting fired up there, bringing some energy as the Brewers win the final game of their series with the Guardians, thankfully, so they avoid the sweep on Wednesday afternoon. Logan Henderson got ourselves a dude here. He and Robert Gasser are the only two starting pitchers in franchise history to win their first 2 games. And he might now finally be here to stay. If you remember, Henderson came earlier and pitched like 6 innings of gem baseball, and then they sent him back down because they didn't really have a space for him. He was asked after the game.
You broaden the scope a little bit. You understand what's going on, and you see guys are coming back and how many starters we have in the rotation. So I understood.
I think this one might be a little bit longer now.
I have no idea. It's not up to me.
Maybe.
Right. I don't
it
know.
looks
They'll
like
let me
he
know.
might have a place to stay. Plus, Jose Quintana is now on the injury list.
How do we not have room for, I don't know, random fans to join the rotation?
A lot of guys, though, are rearing to come back. DL Hall is pitching in rehab. Savale's pitching in rehab. Ashby's pitching in rehab. So pretty soon, we're gonna have a pile. The stable will be full, if you will.
Milwaukee Admirals open their second-round playoff series tonight against the Texas Stars, staving off early elimination by winning 3 straight in round 1. Head coach Carl Taylor.
We still haven't hit our peak yet, so we're okay with that. We still got boots on. We're happy with that. We had a good skate today. We're excited to get on the road.
Yeah, we had a good skate there. Good they want to get on the road because the Admirals start this best of 5 with 2 games in the Austin area. Then it's back home to UWM Panther Arena for 3 more if necessary. Puck drops tonight at 7 o'clock.
Hey, check us out, Wisconsin. We have got you covered on Experience Wisconsin. We've got a great show coming up this week. I love what we do here. We spin you around the state, take you to the people and places and things that are happening that make Wisconsin so super special. On this week's show, which, by the way, is Saturdays at 1 on WTMJ, we've got a triple header for you. Kenosha, Sheboygan, and Lake Geneva. Fun on the water, fun on the land, hotels and restaurants. It's Experience Wisconsin, Saturdays at 1 on WTMJ.
Vince Vitrano here for Annex Wealth Management. Boomers, Gen X, Millennials, every generation brings its own vibe, but one thing is universal. Investment and retirement planning should fit you like a glove. That's where Annex steps in to help. They've got tailored financial planning for every stage of life. Starting out or keeping it simple, Annex Ignite has you covered. When things get trickier, think investments, retirement, taxes, or estate planning, Annex Comprehensive Wealth brings the big guns. And for high net worth individuals or families with complex goals, Annex Private Client is your go-to powerhouse. Now, these are fee-only fiduciaries, so that means Annex is all about your best interests. No sneaky fees, no commissions, just straight-up dedication. The team, packed with CFPs, CPAs, wealth strategists, attorneys, and a client service crew second to none. Based right here, independently run, and with branches spanning the WTMJ area, they're right where you need them. Swing by AnnexWealth.com, hit the Get Started button, and book your appointment today. That's Annex Wealth Management.
Do you have the greatest possible fire protection?
Fire sprinklers protect lives and property in your building.
Are you ensuring that your fire sprinkler system is receiving the proper care that it requires?
Just like the other systems within your building, it is essential that the fire sprinkler system be inspected, tested, and maintained.
Protect your investment and, most importantly, occupants and firefighters by incorporating a regular ITM program in your building.
For more information, visit nfsa.org.
That's nfsa.org.
WTMJ's Adam Roberts is on the traffic, but Debbie is with us this morning, Adam. She is out at American Family Field, and we'll tell you why coming up in a moment.
Well, if you're trying to find Debbie out at AmFam, you're going to have to fight through the thick fog because it is still quite thick this morning, and it's causing not a whole lot of issues as far as incidents right now. Still just that broken down vehicle on the right shoulder past the Highway 100 ramp on 94 West. But that being said, the fog is still plenty thick out there, as they say. A little slow also on 41 north of about North Avenue past Mayfair up towards Silver Spring. Going to be tapping the brakes as you go through that 41 construction zone this morning. Otherwise, just again, be mindful of that fog. Headlights on, please. I'm Adam Roberts with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Fog advisory, by the way, runs until 10 a.m. The forecast, sponsored by Big Fish Contracting. Visit bigfishcontracting.com. See how they're renovating homes and redeeming an industry. So we have the fog this morning. Scattered severe storms are what's going to be in the forecast later today. A high of 86 degrees inland, 75 at the lake. Tonight, those storms early on, then clear and mild. So pay attention to the potential for severe weather late this afternoon into this evening. For Friday, partly cloudy, windy, warm. Still a chance for showers or storms later on in the day tomorrow, and a high of 81. It is 51 degrees at 6:23.
We're checking in live with the aforementioned Debbie Lazaga. She's out at the ballpark today as the Brewers Community Foundation is joining up with us here at Good Karma Brands and the folks at Wisconsin Humane Society for this yearly pet supply drive that's been aimed at ensuring our furry friends have everything they need to thrive. Here's Debbie with more on that.
In Milwaukee, where the crack of the bat echoes throughout the summer and the spirit of community runs deep, 3 local powerhouses have teamed up for a cause that's sure to get tails wagging. To give us a deeper look into this possum partnership, we sat down with Cecilia Gore, the executive director of the Brewers Community Foundation, to hear about the impact they hope to make, one wagging tail at a time.
We have our Drive for Charity drive-through on Thursday, May 15th from 7 to noon at American Family Field, and you all are partnering with us along with the Wisconsin Humane Society to collect pet supplies.
That's right, WTMJ and GKB are in on it too.
And we know how important pets are to many, many people throughout our community, so we want to make sure that they're safe and happy.
If you come out to American Family Field to donate, you'll get something special from the Brewers too. But more about that in just a bit. The Brewers Community Foundation has a long tradition of focusing on health, education, recreation, and the community's basic needs.
We try to get 100% giving from our players, our fans, our sponsors, anyone that has a connection with us. We ask them to join us in trying to support the community.
Did you know that over the last 16 years, they've raised more than $60 million?
The contributions that we make to more than 200 nonprofits add real value.
The BCF has campaigns all season long, too.
Yeah, we're at it every game day. We're selling our 50-50 raffle tickets. We do 4 Drive for Charities per year, but we've always got something going on.
It's also a way for the players to get out and connect with the fans.
Yeah, we have been able to get 100% giving from our players. They give their time and their money, and we get a chance to tell them about our community, what the needs are, how generous our fans are, and they have been very open to joining us in that effort.
Beyond a warm feeling in your heart knowing you're helping shelter pets, you'll get something too, right?
If you donate the pet supplies or $10, you will receive a collectible pin. And this year we're going to feature Trevor McGill. He's a big pet lover. And then for the first 200 fans who donate at the drive-thru, they'll receive a pair of Brewers ticket vouchers, a Racing Sausages water bottle, and a Brewers dog bandana.
So along with the pet food and pet treats, media coordinator for the Humane Society, Stacy Oatman, says the Humane Society is looking for plenty of other items too.
Unscented baby wipes is something that we use on the dailies. And we also use disposable gloves like crazy here. So we want to make sure that we're reducing the chance of disease transmission and just keeping everybody safe. Things like Velveeta cheese we also use as a way to administer medications for pets.
Velveeta? Bet that wasn't on your bingo card. So as you go through your closet for spring cleaning, if you have any old blankets or towels, you can bring those too.
We can always use towels and blankets. We use those as bedding in all of our animal suites.
And if you haven't got time to hit the closet or go to the pet store, the Wisconsin Humane Society will also take monetary donations.
Yeah, any monetary donation goes a long way for the Wisconsin Humane Society. That can be put toward whatever is the greatest need in our organization at the time.
Don't forget to check out our website, WTMJ.com, for the full list of items needed. So the details are as follows. This Thursday, May 15th from 7 a.m. until noon, we'll be outside Hellfair Field collecting pet supplies and money, all to help out the Wisconsin Humane Society. I'll be out there with my Schnauzer, Hamilton, along with other guests like the Racing Sausages. Milwaukee is famous for their helpful community, so we hope to see you all out there this Thursday. Debbie Loziga, WTMJ News.
We'll be checking in live with Debbie out at the ballpark coming up just after 7 o'clock this morning. And this is important. Can't bank it out today. The Brewers will be taking collections through this weekend's homestand. Star Wars night tomorrow. News about your money this morning. WTMJ Annex Wealth Management Market Update. Dow Jones Industrial Average fell about 90 points in trading on Wednesday to 42,051. The Nasdaq was up 137 to 19,147, and the S&P 500 closed at 5893. That was up just 6 points. Financial planning at every level. Annex Comprehensive Wealth, Annex Private Client, Annex Ignite. Details at annexwealth.com.
Hey, this is WTMJ's Steve Scafidi. Don't miss Capri Community's Enjoy Life Active Aging Symposium on Wednesday, June 4th at Elmbrick Church in Brookfield from 8:30 to 3 p.m. This is a free and fun event for older adults 55 plus that celebrates active aging. Featuring speakers like John McGivern and Jennifer Bartolotta, exhibitors, goat yoga, speed friending, raffles, food, music, and much more. Make the day your own. Pre-register at enjoylifesymposium.com. That's enjoylifesymposium.com.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-230-2777. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-230-2777. That's 800-230-2777. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-230-2777. 800-230-2777.
A Blaine's Farm and Fleet original story.
Why is everyone coming on their riding mowers and UTVs?
I figured all the neighbors could use a break from yard work, so I invited them for
a ride-on lawnmower movie?
Or, as I like to say, a movie.
We've got the value you need to do things your way, like 15% off Raider Power Sport helmets and accessories. And Centric brakes or Moog & Monroe steering and suspension parts, also 15% off. Blaine's Farm and Fleet. Being original.
Right now, a little bit heavy on 41 north of Watertown Plank Road as you head up past Silver Spring. All the way, you're going to be tapping the brakes through that stretch. And again, reminder, fog is thick out there, so headlights on, plenty of space and plenty of time as you hit the road. I'm Adam Roberts with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
A dense fog advisory until 10 o'clock this morning for most of southeast Wisconsin. On our way to a high of 86 degrees today, 75 at the lake. Chance for severe storms sweeping through late this afternoon and into the early evening hours. 51 in Milwaukee.
ABC News, I'm Sherry Preston. Walmart's first quarterly profit holding steady, in the company saying in its earnings statement this morning it cannot issue a profit outlook for the coming quarter, however, because of constantly changing tariff policies. Walmart also saying this morning it has to raise prices soon because of the tariffs. Dick's Sporting Goods buying Foot Locker for almost $2.5 billion. Both those companies also struggling, they say, with uncertainty over the tariffs policy because many of their shoes are made overseas. Before leaving Qatar for the United Arab Emirates on his Middle East trip, President Trump addressed U.S. troops. Earlier at a breakfast, he said the Emir of Qatar has been pushing for a nuclear deal with Iran.
He says you can make a deal, you can make a deal. He's really fighting, and I really mean this. I think that Iran should say a big thank you to the Emir because the Emir is fighting very much that we don't.
The birthright citizenship and judges' nationwide injunctions blocking President Trump's attempt at denying it before the U.S. Supreme Court today. This is ABC News.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 6:31.
From the WTMJ Breaking News Center, dense fog this morning, then the chance for severe weather across Wisconsin this afternoon and evening. Storm Team 4 meteorologist Tyler Moore.
The time frame is these storms are going to fire up out towards the Dells, Madison between 3 to 5 p.m. and then starting to work towards us, our western counties by 5 p.m. And then most of southeast Wisconsin, the window of opportunity here is about 5 to 8 p.m. 5 p.m. further west, 8 p.m. closer towards the lake, kind of give or take an hour there with that timing of those storms.
Complete WTMJ 5-day forecast coming up in 8 minutes.
In Milwaukee today, Milwaukee County Judge Hannah Dugan will head back to federal court this morning. She's accused of helping a man evade immigration authorities. More from CBS's Scott McFarland outside the courthouse.
The FBI director himself announced Judge Dugan's arrest, and he posted a photo of the judge appearing to be in handcuffs during a form of a perp walk in this very area in which I'm standing outside the federal courthouse a few weeks ago. That type of, glamorization of an arrest by showing the images and disseminating the images is not customary in the federal system. Typically, those types of images are not released by federal authorities. In this case, they were. And really, that's fueling arguments that this is a politically motivated prosecution.
Now, Dugan and her lawyers did file a motion to dismiss the case, writing that the government's prosecution of the judge is virtually unprecedented and unconstitutional.
Mouse droppings in the school kitchen. Milwaukee Health Department located rodent droppings in the main kitchen at Pulaski High School. After an inspection on Tuesday, MHD ordered the school to cease all kitchen operations for a week until sanitization is complete and all potential entrances for mice blocked off. No evidence of food contamination reported.
Sounding the alarm on how government cuts could put food safety at risk. A local restaurateur, Chef Michael Fecker, tells WTMJ's Point Taken.
If we really care and we really want to correct things, let's go back to our biggest asset that are our children. How can we feed a child with $1.75 per meal per day in a public school and then expect us as adults to think healthy?
Fecker says stronger protections are needed before those cuts lead to real consequences.
The CEO of Harley-Davidson is keeping his job. Shareholders reelected Yoke Insights and two other longtime Harley-Davidson directors after a campaign seeking to oust them. Now, the results of the vote not immediately released, but a source close to Harley's second largest shareholder, H Partners Management, told the Milwaukee Business Journal the vote was, quote, razor thin. Zeit still plans to retire sometime this year after more than 5 years as CEO.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 6:34.
Traffic sponsored by Holtebeck Eye Center in Brookfield. Visit holtebeck.com.
Holtebeck Eye Center in Brookfield makes vision care a top priority. They are your premium provider for eye care and corrective eye surgeries. Learn more at holtebeck.com.
Coming up, a whole lot of hype, but could be a whole lot of nothing.
James Imaging Systems, your local document imaging partner. JamesImaging.com.
St. Anne's Center for Intergenerational Care recently switched to James Imaging Systems for their document imaging technology. Why? CFO Sally Parente.
Well, I think that boils back down to the service. We have a good partnership with James Imaging.
With James, you get more than a vendor relationship. You get a local business technology partner.
Oh, absolutely. I can pick up the phone at any time, contact our representative, and he's right on it.
James Imaging Systems, business technology and local support for more productivity, more value.
Definitely. We're a nonprofit here. We have to watch every penny, so we really feel very comfortable in that area with James Imaging.
Comfortable enough to recommend James Imaging Systems to others?
Well, without hesitation, I would recommend James Imaging. They won't be disappointed.
James Imaging Systems. Call 262-781-7700 or visit jamesimaging.com. James Imaging Systems, your local business technology partner.
You're back at the gym. Your new gym outfit? On point. Your new sneakers? Baller. You've got this. Just like Associated Bank's got you with Access Checking. It's maintenance fee-free with no minimum balance requirements. So when you take your first yoga class in 10 months, your body might surprise you, but your checking account won't. You've got this with Access Checking from Associated Bank. See associatedbank.com/checking or ask a banker for details. Member FDIC.
Hey, WTMJ's John Mercure here. Hearing matters. It's not only about hearing better and interacting better, it's about protecting your health. Vita Hearing Care are going to take great care of you. Locally family-owned, 2 locations, Mount Pleasant and Waterford. I've been there. They've helped me. I have new hearing aids, and it's about embracing life's meaningful moments for me, my wife. Life is better. Every conversation, melody, and memory should be effortless. Vita will help get you there. Check out VitaHearingCare.com. That's VITA HearingCare.com.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 6:37.
Boy, it is an early week off for the Green Bay Packers. The schedule is out. We'll give you the highlights at 6:45.
A Hollywood star dazzles on the French Riviera.
I need you to trust me one last time.
All eyes were on Tom Cruise at the Cannes Film Festival. He got a Hollywood hero's welcome and a serenade by a 40-piece orchestra. His mission to pump up passions for the 8th and final film in the Impossible series, Final Reckoning. The 2-hour and 49-minute movie got a 5-minute standing ovation. Just released reviews call it some of the most jaw-dropping action you'll ever witness, including 62-year-old Cruise surviving a 3-minute knife fight on a submarine in skimpy boxer briefs. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
All right, well, so...
Those aren't the only reviews,
Can I share some other ones?
Yes, would you?
And you know me. I'm a big... my kid and I love going to these movies. Discussing films, Andrew Salazar says, didn't really enjoy The Final Reckoning. Stunning visuals bogged down by an overtly complex script that introduces so much that goes nowhere. James Preston Poole, also of Discussing Film, also writes, sadly it gets bogged down in so much nostalgia and needless retcons that it reflects the worst of franchise filmmaking. And here from IndieWire, David Elric says, Mission Impossible, The Final Reckoning, dull and dysfunctional, and says, as someone so supportive of Tom Cruise's crusade to save the movies and whatnot, this was a massive heartbreaker.
Oof. No. Well, why don't you just tell me what you think of the film?
No.
Don't beat around the bush.
Oh, so it sounds like the action is incredible.
Yes.
Him hanging off a plane and stuff, but some of the trying too hard with the actual script writing.
Yes, but Tom Cruise
in
knife
boxers.
fighting his boxers. Okay, we'll be there. 6:38 on Wisconsin's Morning News.
Spas. The Swim Spa Hot Tub and Sauna Show is coming this weekend inside the Exposition Center at Wisconsin State Fair Park. Rows and rows of spas, hot tubs, cold tubs, and swim spas. The largest display in the state. Save up to 60% on all in-stock models. This weekend only inside the Exposition Center at Wisconsin State Fair Park.
Vince Vitrano for Inspired Closets Milwaukee. I've already told you how my front closet looks in our home after our project with Inspired Closets Milwaukee. If you want to see it, you can text CLOSET to the WTMJ Talk and Text line, 855-616-1620. Want to see how your project will look? That's more important. Visit Inspired Closets Milwaukee and use their new augmented reality tool. It's called Envision. You put on these goggles, and then it's like you're inside your newly designed garage or pantry or bedroom or closet. No guesswork. You know exactly how it's going to look, function, and feel in your home. When you work with my friends Katie and Dan at Inspired Closets Milwaukee, stop in. Tell them Vinny sent you to give it a try, or check out the video on the website. Inspired Days start in Inspired Closets. InspiredClosetsMilwaukee.com.
Give your liver the support it needs with Active Liver. Go to newnordicusa.com, Amazon, or ask for Active Liver at your local CVS. New you, new Nordic. Looking for a getaway with fantastic outdoor recreation? Sheboygan is a perfect destination. Hike or bike through Kohler Andre State Park and other local parks. There are all kinds of water sports, including surfing, paddleboarding, and kayaking. Sheboygan's walkability takes you to South Pier. Visit shops, play mini golf, and enjoy fine dining. Shop their farmers market and take in live music. It's the Malibu of the Midwest. Plan your getaway today at visitsheboygan.com.
Hey, John Mercure here for Azura Memory Care and Assisted Living. Their mission is to transform the culture of care, and they do it every day with compassion and with empathy. They've got locations throughout southeast Wisconsin. I've been to the locations. I love how they treat the people who live there. They specialize in caring for those with early to late-stage Alzheimer's or other related dementia symptoms. They offer early memory loss classes. Wisconsin-based and family-owned. Kindness at the core. It's Azura Living. Check them out at azuraliving.com. It's Azura.
Adam Roberts is watching the cars. We'll hear from Debbie Lozica just after 7 o'clock. She's out at the ballpark today. Adam?
All right, Vince, fog. Again, key story this morning on the roads. please keep the headlights on. I've seen on the cameras already this morning some cars just kind of popping up out of nowhere, which not great. So headlights on, give yourself extra space. Only real slow spot right now is going to be 41 North Watertown Plank Road all the way up to about Silver Spring. And then southbound in that same area is going to be slow as you work through the construction zone. Otherwise, though, drive times are looking good. But again, fog, thick. I'm Adam Roberts with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
The WTMJ 5-day forecast. Areas of patchy dense fog for you this morning, then partly cloudy skies through the middle of the day. Warm temperatures and muggy highs in the 70s by the lake, 80s inland. Look for the chance for scattered showers and thunderstorms to pop up to our west this afternoon and roll in across southeastern Wisconsin. Main time frame is 5 to 8 p.m. All types of severe weather will be possible. Those storms end early tonight, then mostly clear and mild. Temperatures falling into the 50s and 60s. Friday, partly cloudy, warm and windy. The chance for a couple more afternoon showers and storms. Highs in the lower 80s. Saturday, we start to cool off. Highs in the 60s, partly cloudy and breezy. Cooler into Sunday, partly cloudy, mid-50s. And we'll hold on to the 50s into Monday of next week. I'm meteorologist Tyler Moore, the Storm Team forecast on WTMJ.
Milwaukee at 51.
Every Thursday around this time, we honor ourselves a good old-fashioned everyday hero. Wisconsin's Morning News identifies an everyday hero as an average John or Jane Doe who had no idea when they got up one morning they'd be saving a life. Everyday Hero is sponsored by Azura Memory Care and Assisted Living, transforming the culture of care. Azura Memory Care. This one's a little bit unique. Kind of bent the rules a little bit.
Well, it's your segment.
Our guidelines on what an everyday hero is, but I think you'll agree. It's amazing, too, what one moment, one act can do and the ripple effect it could have. We head to New York. 11-year-old Hand Emma Safri. She was born with a weak heart muscles, genetic cardiomyopathy. So Hand will struggle to live with this heart.
Hand came to us so sick that her heart couldn't pump enough blood to all of her other organs, and she needed heart transplant.
So that audio courtesy of New York Presbyterian there in New York City. So yeah, she has this weak heart. You know who else has a weak heart? 3-year-old Teddy Carter and 2-year-old John Cottoliato. Here's their parents.
At about 2 months old, we found out that Teddy had an aortic stenosis, causing the blood to not pump through his heart the way it should be.
John has truncus arteriosus. He has one outflow valve from his heart instead of 2.
There's the moms there describing the health issues their little boys struggle with. These kids don't know each other. All 3 just strangers, just 3 patients, right? All 3 of them cannot live this way. But they are now forever linked because of one donor heart that became available. Doctors transplanting that heart to Hand in the groundbreaking procedure.
Even though Hen's heart was weak, her valves still worked very well. And they were a good size to donate to both John and Teddy.
Yeah. So innovative procedure. They give her a new heart, and then she's got valves in different parts of her heart that work. So what they decided to do is, well, why don't we use these other ones on those 2 other boys? Because that's what they need. So this one heart saved all 3 of these kids.
We can't thank her and her family enough.
Yeah, and she's such a lovely, lovely girl. I mean, she's just amazing.
The hospital has a great story about this, so you can see it on our website. Great video describing how this all played out and just how innovative it was. You can text the word hero to the Siding Unlimited WTMJ talk and text line, 855-616-1620. All the kids have met. Great video of them all talking, and Hen describing how she feels at knowing that her old heart is still being used.
I feel amazing to see them healthy and good.
You are amazing, Hen. An everyday hero. So are the doctors in this, of course. So is the donor of this one heart that saved 3 lives. Imagine that. You're a heart transplant donor and you still live to see your heart helping others. That's what basically happened here. Pretty amazing, incredible story. Everyday Hero, sponsored by Azura Memory Care and Assisted Living, transforming the culture of care.
Hi, I'm Rose Gray with Fox World Travel, and I'm excited to share that our exclusive guided Alaska land and sea journeys are now available for 2026. We partner with Holland America Line to curate the best and most sought-after experiences to Alaska. We send hundreds of travelers from Wisconsin to Alaska every year, along with experienced Fox tour managers for peace of mind. Don't just picture Alaska, live it. We have limited spots, and these tours are booking fast. Visit Fox World Travel online or call 866 Go Fox Go.
Vince Vitrano for Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin. Here's a great time and reason to upgrade your windows and doors right now, because you can get up to 6 years of 0% interest financing at Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin. That's no interest. You spread your payments out over 72 months and make your project more affordable, and you get the full Pella experience. That means the Pella team is working with you start to finish. And you set up your free in-home consultation, and here's the thing. You're just having a conversation at this point. Nobody's going to hard sell you on anything. Pella Design Expert meets with you, finds out what your vision is for your home. Then we'll present the different colors, the sizes, the customizations needed to make that vision a reality. I can speak from experience. That is overwhelming because there are almost limitless options. But this is why you're working with the Pella Design team. They'll help you narrow down those options to create that dream upgrade that you've come up with together. Here's the deal, 0% interest on your financing for up to 6 years. Certain restrictions apply. This deal ends at the end of the month, May 31st. Visit PellaWI.com today.
Time for an update from the Gruber Law Office's One Call, That's All Sports Desk.
Stuck playing on Thanksgiving again. I know some people like it.
I thought they weren't playing on Thanksgiving.
I thought they weren't either. Well, some of those leaks turned out to not be right. See?
You're right.
Yes.
You were right.
But if you like nice weather at Lambeau Field, you'll like this. The Packers, for the first time since 2018, and only the third time in the last 13 seasons, open at home.
NFC North Division opponents bookend the Packers' schedule. Week 1 at home against the Lions and Week 18 on the road against the Minnesota Vikings. A Week 2 Thursday night contest against the Commanders at Lambeau is one of 4 primetime games for the Packers. Another Thursday game comes Thanksgiving Day at Detroit. The earliest bye week for any NFL team is Week 5. That's when the Packers will enjoy a week off. 4 of the Packers' final 6 games of the season will be played on the road. Greg Matzik, WTMJ News.
And based upon last season's records, the Packers' strength of schedule tied for 5th toughest in the league.
Brewers back home today with the day off after avoiding the sweep. That offense return as they beat the Guardians 9-5.
There go the runners. 3-2 pitch is lifted into left center. This is going to get down. Plug the gap. Contreras around third. He will score. Terang on his way home. Here's the throw. It's not in time. It is a 2-run single for Rhys Hoskins. He's driven in 5 in this game, and it is some huge insurance for the Crew here in the 9th.
Have yourself a day there, Rhys. Hoskins with a big game. Here's why he said he feels he's hitting so well.
It's nice to hit with 2 legs.
Oh, yeah, it's nice to hit with 2 legs. That's
right.
Well done. Well, because we know how that went, and last year he was still recovering from that knee.
Right.
So here
he was back, but not all the way back.
And finally, it was great to see their offense explode. Sal Frelick with a home run that tied the game early on. He threw his helmet to get some energy. Adam McKelvey asked about why he threw the helmet and if he meant to.
Sal, the helmet, Chuck, is that premeditated or is that just in the moment?
Well, not premeditated because I never really assumed I'm going to hit a homer. So.
Okay.
Just to set the record straight.
Anyway,
think for sure I was going yard.
Brought some energy. Logan Henderson, the rookie, throwing gas. He may have paced himself into the rotation for sure. We'll have to ask Matt Arnold when he joins us in a couple of hours. Brewers and Twins start a series tomorrow night right here on WTMJ.
Milwaukee Admirals start a new series tonight near Austin. They've got the Texas Stars in the second round of the Calder Cup playoffs, and it's a team the Ads know well. Mequon native Spencer Stastny.
We've had some good series and good games throughout the years with Texas. So yeah, I think definitely they're going to be coming for us, but we feel the same way about them. We know they're a good team and they have been for a few years.
2 in Texas, then 3 back home if necessary. It's a best of 5 series at UWM Panther Arena. Puck drops at 7 o'clock tonight.
May is Stroke Month, and the American Heart Association is raising awareness that nearly 80% of the 800,000 strokes each year are preventable, treatable, and beatable. Spotting a stroke FAST can make a difference. If you see face drooping, arm weakness, or speech difficulty, it's time to call 911 and get help on the way. Tune in May 16th to Wisconsin's Midday News to learn more about American Stroke Month and hear an amazing story of survival. To learn more, visit stroke.org/stroke month.
WTMJ's Erik Bilstad here for Tri-County Contracting, worry-free roofing, siding, and windows. My wife and I, I've been telling you, have been going through this process. We're getting brand new window treatment there, going out to the back patio, and CJ's been great to work with going through the process. In fact, I kind of cut myself out of it now. I'm like, you know what? Angie's going to answer all these questions better than me, so why don't you just talk to her? But very thorough, and that's the best part when a contractor actually is thorough in explaining things and asking questions instead of kind of disappearing on you. And that's what you can expect from Tri-County Contracting. Worry-free roofing, siding, and windows. Tri-County Contracting, WI.com.
The 2015 Wisconsin men's hoops team gave us all a march to remember.
There will be no undefeated champion on Wisconsin with an unbelievable stretch drive to the championship game.
On June 26th, enjoy an intimate celebration with the stars of the run with Made 'em Believe. Presented by M3 Insurance. World-class expertise and individual attention. Tickets are on sale now at uwhoops2015.com. Made 'em Believe, June 26th at the Orpheum Theater in Madison.
Traffic is sponsored by the Amazing Mineshaft Restaurant in downtown Hartford.
The successful Mineshaft Restaurant in Hartford is hiring positive, professional servers, bartenders, and pizza cooks. You'll make real cash. Inquire today and start next week. MineShaftRestaurant.com.
WTMJ, W277CV, and WKTI HD2 Milwaukee from the Annex Wealth Management Studios. This is News Radio WTMJ, a Good Karma brand station.
Checking in with Adam Roberts. He's watching the cars with Debbie out at the ballpark today. You can swing by and say hi to Debbie. She'll join us live just after 7 o'clock with what she's up to. What do you got, Adam?
Right now, Vince, we've got some trouble. First incident of the morning. It's on the ramp from Watertown Plank Road to 4145. Got the right lane blocked there due to a crash. And again, the big story remains that the fog is thick. So right now, this crash, they've got no emergency crews out yet. And actually watching a truck try to merge right now. And oh, wow, almost another near miss just now on the cameras. So be careful if you are on 4145 North near Watertown Plank Road. This crash has not been tended to yet. Elsewhere, volume is heavy on 4145 from that crash site all the way north and south between there and about Appleton Avenue. And then we've also got some heavy volume starting to build on 43 north from Fond du Lac up to about Capitol Drive. And again, the fog remains very thick in several areas this morning around southeast Wisconsin, so headlights on, please. I'm Adam Roberts with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Forecast sponsored by Dave Dracamp Heating. Partly cloudy with a scattered severe storms later on today. It's going to be a doozy today, it sounds like, with that severe weather late this afternoon into this evening. A high of 86 inland, 75 at the lake. Tonight, storms early on, then clear and mild, a low of 55. Tomorrow, windy and warm, a high of 81 for your Friday with a chance for showers and storms later in the day. Right now, it's 6:53. It's 51 degrees.
You think I'm in the minority on this? I don't like that the Packers are playing on Thanksgiving. I don't like when we play on Thanksgiving. Thanksgiving is one of my favorite holidays in and of itself. And I want to be focused on the Thanksgiving.
Would you prefer Christmas?
Nah, good question.
No. I don't want to play on either of the holidays.
Josh
I want there to be
DiMaggio.
Football on the holidays, just not my team.
Yeah. So because you get so into it that
Yes.
then you can't pay attention to all the other festivities. That
And
are
then
going
you
on.
have, why do we have to have the football? Can we just come around the table now?
That sounds like your own personal issue.
It's anyone's. That's been said in many households. Let's turn this off now.
That sounds like the lady who represents the Packers in, I believe it's the Giants schedule release video. The Giants basically made an avatar, a human avatar of every franchise. And the Packers is this like lovable lady. She's got the bob haircut and she's got the turtleneck on and she's got the green cardigan sweater. And she is the one who says to you, do we need to watch the football on Thanksgiving?
She's not wrong.
So that's a fascinating element, too, with all of this, is the NFL goes through this process of making this a week-long, let's just unveil the schedule in tiny little drips and drabs, and then we get leaks that aren't correct, which happened to us yesterday. But then you have these release videos. Packers have one, too. Like, it's they are going all in on making this as a big a production as they possibly can.
Well, production is definitely the name of the game. They have obviously upped the production value of all of these videos. But have they upped the quality? I don't know. The Packers video is wild. And I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Like
it's strange.
It's a dream sequence for Josh Jacobs. He's searching for the schedule. It's got a little Alice in Wonderland thing happening there. Like, it's just real trippy. I said, like, if you have any of those vitamins, those special kind of vitamins.
Yes, the special ones.
Might be worth it to take one before you watch it, because I feel like that might enhance the experience. Our guy, Josh DiMaggio, has a theory about the Green Bay Packers schedule. I'm going to lay it on you guys. Now, normally on Jen, Gabe, and Chewy, this is where we would play the X-Files music.
Oh, there's like some sort of conspiracy involved in this?
Do-do-do-do. yes. He thinks that Mark Murphy putting the "we don't want the tush push" out there anymore. There it is. Thank you so much. For the league, right? Mark Murphy being basically the sacrificial lamb for the league to say we should get rid of the tush push. The league rewarded Green Bay with no Christmas games and no international games.
Well, first of all, on the international games, it wasn't our turn. Largely, isn't it every other? Like, we just had one. We started the season in Sao Paulo last year.
But there was a long period of time where the Packers, including Mark Murphy, thought that the Packers might be the team playing, is it the Steelers
in Ireland?
Yeah.
Right. Packers Christmas is going to happen one of these years again. It'll come back around.
Well, and we know how he feels about that.
Yeah, not because for two reasons. Number one, I've already stated reason number one, which is the day in and of itself is a special day. Whether you're talking about Thanksgiving or Christmas or whatever, you have a lot of things going on.
You don't want the stress.
I don't want to be distracted when I watch my team. I want both entities in full. Secondly, then after the event, after Thanksgiving, now it's Sunday after Thanksgiving, and I got nothing to do. I can watch the other games, whatever, but I don't have my team to look forward to.
Well, I'm sure your wife can find something for you to do. We've talked about that here on this program as well.
That list?
There is a stretch of the schedule that I think is the bye is week 5. That seems early. There's a stretch of the schedule that I think feels difficult. It is Vikings, Lions, Bears, Broncos, Bears. And then Ravens, depending on how they are on Saturday or Sunday, the 27th or 28th. That feels like a tough way. And the guys were noting this morning in our production meeting, you play the Bears on December 7th, you play the Bears on December 20th, 13 days between your division rival. You know, like I know that the Lions have obviously gained some traction in that area as well. And you got the Eagles, you got the defending champs on November 10th. So, and I'm sure you guys circled the Steelers game.
Yep.
I'm sure we're all paying attention to whether or not that will be Aaron Rodgers under center when the Packers go to Pittsburgh on October 26th. So a lot of stuff to dive into. We'll be talking about toughest stretch, easiest stretch. How do you feel about the bye? What's a must win? What are must win games? What will their record in the division be? All of those things on Jen, Gabe, and Chewy.
Bold predictions ahead. 6:58 on Wisconsin's Morning News.
These are your business headlines from the Milwaukee Business Journal.
Harley-Davidson CEO Jochen Zeitz has been re-elected to the company's board, narrowly surviving a shareholders' campaign to oust him from the role. Kohl's is moving quickly on its search for a new CEO. In the meantime, interim CEO Michael Bender told shareholders that he'll focus on maintaining accountability and leading with transparency. Speaking of Kohl's, the department store chain is refinancing millions of dollars in debt that's coming due this year. The company is having to put up its distribution centers as collateral for the loans, a move that signals a decrease in its lenders' appetite for risk. I'm Timothy Gibbons for MilwaukeeBusinessJournal.com on 620 WTMJ.
Who doesn't need a seasonal wardrobe update? But who has the cash to always keep their wardrobe updated? Ladies, that's why you shop St. Vincent de Paul. Our women's clothing is always a highlight of our stores, and thrift store prices keep the costs low. It allows you to experiment and also find a hidden gem. St. Vincent de Paul thrift stores on Highway 100 in Layton and Greenfield, 23rd in Lincoln, and 76th and Bradley Road in Milwaukee.
You're gonna love it, St. Vincent de Paul.
Escape the city and relax at Lake Lawn Resort in beautiful Delavan, Wisconsin. Enjoy outdoor activities on Delavan Lake, tee off at the Lakeside Majestic Oaks Golf Course, or unwind at the award-winning Caladora Spa. With both indoor and outdoor pools, there's fun for the whole family. Take a cruise on the Lake Lawn Queen, explore stunning shores and historic landmarks, and enjoy delicious food and drinks on board. Book your stay today at LakeLawnResort.com, where everything is better at the lake.
We didn't write the headline, the Wall Street Journal did. The days of set and forget investing just ended for many Americans. Economic uncertainty and global unrest. It's a wake-up call. Standard financial advice is to avoid making rash decisions during market turmoil. But retirement planning isn't a set it and forget it process anymore. That's where Annex Wealth Management comes in. As fee-only fiduciaries, we craft personalized plans that adapt as needed. Annex Comprehensive Wealth, Annex Private Client, Annex Ignite. Head to AnnexWealth.com and click the Get Started button.
Spas. The Swim Spa Hot Tub and Sauna Show is this weekend only inside the Exposition Center at Wisconsin State Fair Park. Millions of inventory must be sold. Prices are slashed up to 60% off retail, so save thousands. Save big on new hot tubs, spas, and saunas, also cold tubs. Plus, see the Michael Phelps Signature Swim Spas by Master Spas.
Hi, I'm Michael Phelps. Join the swimming revolution.
The Swim Spa Hot Tub and Sauna Show this weekend only inside the Exposition Center at Wisconsin State Fair Park. Visit 1-800-SPASale.com.
Find furniture for life from Ken Michaels Furniture in Brookfield, Greenfield, or downtown Milwaukee.
Stay up to date with your trusted and relevant source in news, sports, traffic, and weather. We are Wisconsin's radio station. News Radio 620, WTMJ, Milwaukee.
Just after 7 o'clock, I'm Vince Vitrano on Wisconsin's Morning News, Thursday, May 15th. Our top story, risk for severe weather today.
I'm Erik Bilstad. The nation watches as a Milwaukee County judge heads to court.
I'm Adam Roberts in for Debbie Lazaga. Right now, we're still working on that crash, 4145 north near Watertown Plank Road. We do have a squad on scene. The officer just removed a bumper from the right lane. So work just beginning on that, going to be a bit slow through there. Also slow heading north of that point all the way up to Appleton Avenue due to our heavy buildup through the construction zone. Also heavy southbound 4145 through that same area. And 43 north from Fond du Lac up to about Capo is going to be slow through that construction zone as well. I'm Adam Roberts with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
We start the day with this dense fog advisory for most of southeast Wisconsin through 10 o'clock this morning. High temperature of 86 away from Lake Michigan, 75 at the lake, and the chance for severe storms. It is 7:02 and temperature 51 degrees in Milwaukee. From the WTMJ Breaking News Center, Storm Team 4 meteorologist Tyler Moore talking about the risk for severe weather this afternoon.
The good news is flooding risk looks very low. These should be a quick moving round of storms later in the day. Wind threat is moderate, but I'm more concerned about the hail threat and the tornado threat with some of these storms once as we get towards the mid to late afternoon hours.
We'll be joined live by WTMJ meteorologist Craig Copleen at 7:20 this morning.
Milwaukee County Court Judge Hannah Dugan back in federal court this morning after being indicted earlier this week. She's charged with obstructing federal immigration enforcement when ICE tried to arrest an immigrant who is undocumented in her courtroom and outside of her courtroom. If convicted, Dugan faces up to 6 years in prison. A protest demonstration is planned this morning outside the courthouse. We'll go there live to discuss the updated case in 8 minutes.
U.S. Supreme Court is hearing arguments about whether to limit the power of federal judges to issue nationwide orders.
The Supreme Court is set to take up the question of whether judges have gone too far blocking the president with nationwide injunctions when justices hear arguments about whether to restrict a series of court rulings that block Trump's executive order eliminating birthright citizenship. The problem might not be the willingness of federal judges to block Trump, but rather the brazenness of his orders, according to University of Virginia law professor Amanda Frost.
He is issuing an unprecedented number of executive orders that seek to rewrite the Constitution and the law.
The case will mark the first time the High Court hears arguments on a Trump policy since he took office and could have sweeping implications for his ability to implement his agenda. Peter Harwell-Lambus, ABC News.
No leadership change for Harley-Davidson.
An effort from Harley-Davidson's second largest shareholder to oust CEO Jochen Zeitz didn't pan out. Wednesday's vote re-elected Harley's entire board of directors, including 2 other longtime directors targeted by H Partners Management. The shareholder tells our news partners, the Milwaukee Business Journal, the vote was razor thin. About 48% of shareholders withholding support for the CEO. Zeitz still plans to retire this year, and the 2 longtime directors have signaled they might exit the board by 2026. Jessica Gatso, WTMJ News.
Coming up, she was found safe, but should the rideshare have picked her up in the first place? That story next on Wisconsin's Morning News.
This report is brought to you by Siding Unlimited. It's siding and a whole lot more. Visit sidingunlimited.com.
If you haven't called Siding Unlimited for new windows, what are you waiting for? This is Erik Brown, owner of Siding Unlimited, and I want to share with you a couple stories. Recently, Siding Unlimited installed new windows in a home, and the homeowner loved the experience. Linda W. said, I was extremely satisfied with the service that was provided by Siding Unlimited. I had a new roof and new windows installed in my house. Linda loved that she chose the right company for peace of mind. Loved her windows were warmer and her roof didn't leak. Also loved the colors. Larry, another Siding Unlimited customer, was thrilled with the experience. Larry's home looks brand new. Go to our Siding Unlimited Instagram page and see our pinned message to listen to Larry's testimonial, but also see his house. Again, Siding Unlimited, knocking it out of the park. Looking for new windows, siding, roofing, and doors? Visit the 5-time Pella Platinum Premier National Window Contractor of the Year winner at sidingunlimited.com. Definitely listen to Larry on Instagram at Siding Unlimited LLC.
It doesn't get any headlines just to be silently good. Big Fish Contracting, we say renovating homes, redeeming an industry.
It's so much more than just, okay, we're replacing your roof.
We're not only educating homeowners, but we're getting to know them and allowing them an opportunity to get to know us. And there's just such beauty in it, you know? If anyone is considering reaching out to us,
or you can check us out on our website, bigfishcontracting.com.
Hey, what's better than seeing one Goodyear blimp? How about two? This summer at EAA AirVenture Oshkosh, we're celebrating 100 years of Goodyear blimps with a rare double appearance in the skies over Oshkosh, all part of the world's greatest aviation celebration. July 21st through the 27th. Don't miss the blimps, the air shows, the adventure of a lifetime. Get your tickets now at EAA.org/tickets. That's EAA.org/tickets. Lock in your spot today and be part of history. The sky's not the limit. It's just the beginning. It's EAA AirVenture Oshkosh.
The next time you're due for service, visit richlands.com to schedule an appointment at any of our 5 conveniently located facilities.
All AAA approved and all staffed by ASE certified technicians ready to serve you.
Richlands.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 7:07.
Playing on Thanksgiving again. Packers' schedule is out. We'll give you the highlights at 7:15.
Mouse droppings found in the school kitchen. Milwaukee Health Department has located rodent droppings in the main kitchen of Pulaski High School after an inspection. Health Department ordering the school to cease all kitchen operations until sanitation is complete.
Now, a 69-year-old with dementia was able to get in a rideshare app without her family knowing on Monday night.
I've never experienced this in my career.
Cudahy Police Chief Anthony Andrews says the endangered and missing woman with dementia was thankfully found safe in a Chicago hospital. Detectives found she used a toll-free number to hitch a ride.
She utilized an application called GoGoGrandparent.com.
She's okay, but too often the chief says you don't have a good outcome.
She's okay. In this case, obviously, was a team effort, everybody working together.
Julia Fellow, WTMJ News.
Big conversation taking place this week in the Milwaukee area about the future of water usage with the Great Lakes and St. Lawrence Cities initiative.
Sheboygan Mayor Ryan Sorensen helps lead the initiative to look for solutions as more lake communities are becoming climate refuge hubs.
Reservoirs are drying up. We have 20% of the world's fresh water right here on our back doorstep. And that's vitally important to make sure that we can preserve life, have strong quality of living right here in the Midwest.
President and CEO of the initiative, Jonathan Altenberg, tells WTMJ,
we all have a responsibility to conserve water, not waste water. Yes, we can look out our windows in the Great Lakes and say, look at all the water we have. It's never going to run out. It's not true.
Sean Brenda, WTMJ News.
The country is watching the federal courthouse in Milwaukee. That story next. Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 7:09.
I get by with a little help from my friends.
Ringo Starr and his all-star band. With friends, Steve Lukather from Toto. From Men at Work, Colin Hay. From Average White Band, Hamish Stewart. Friday, September 12th, the Miller High Life Theater. On sale Friday, May 16th at 10 a.m. at papstheatergroup.com.
WTMJ's Erik Bilstad here for QC Kinetics. For more than 8 years, QC Kinetics has been the nation's leader in non-surgical relief for joint pain. You heard that right. Non-surgical relief. More than 50,000 patients who had knee pain, back pain, now living pain-free. Those with shoulder and hip pain, it's gone. The regenerative cell therapy restores tissues in your achy joints. Dr. Caravelli's team uses biologic growth factors with robust healing properties carefully and strategically placed in your joint. And there's no surgery. Remember that. It's a powerful and potent way to give your joints new life, repairing the old tissue, Here's what you do. You call today, 414-285-3474, 414-285-3474. Call QC Kinetics for your free consultation. 414-285-3474. Call QC Kinetics today.
We'll hear from Debbie Lazica out at American Family Field later this half hour. First, Adam Roberts on the cars.
Right now, Vince, we're still working on that crash on 4145 North, right at the Watertown Plank Road ramp. It's on the right shoulder now. They've moved both cars involved as well as the debris off to the side of the road. Just be mindful, give the crews the work they need to get their work done. Also, it's going to be a little slow on 4145 between Appleton Avenue and about north due to the construction zone. 43 north from the Marquette all the way up to the Capitol Drive off-ramp's going to be slow as well. We've also got some road debris possible on 94 South near Ryan Road, and you'll have to take my word for it because the camera is pretty cloudy this morning with our dense fog we're experiencing throughout the system. I'm Adam Roberts with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
The WTMJ 5-day forecast. Areas of patchy dense fog for you this morning, then partly cloudy skies through the middle of the day. Warm temperatures and muggy highs in the 70s by the lake, 80s inland. Look for the chance for scattered showers and thunderstorms to pop up to our west this afternoon and roll in across southeastern Wisconsin. Main time frame is 5 to 8 p.m. All types of severe weather will be possible. Those storms end early tonight, then mostly clear and mild. Temperatures falling into the 50s and 60s. Friday, partly cloudy, warm and windy. The chance for a couple more afternoon showers and storms. Highs in the lower 80s. Saturday, we start to cool off. Highs in the 60s, partly cloudy and breezy. Cooler into Sunday, partly cloudy, mid-50s. And we'll hold on to the 50s into Monday of next week. I'm meteorologist Tyler Moore, the Storm Team forecast on WTMJ.
Milwaukee at 51.
Today's the day. Milwaukee County Judge Hannah Dugan will head to federal court this morning, accused of helping a man evade immigration authorities at the Milwaukee County Courthouse. These cases is very unique. In fact, her lawyers filed a motion to dismiss the case on Wednesday. Joining us now live from Milwaukee, from outside the courthouse, I believe, is CBS correspondent Scott McFarland. Good morning, Scott.
Hey, good morning, and thank you for bringing the tornadoes here today. Yeah. That's going to make the experience far more lively.
Sorry about that on your visit. Yeah,
right.
Should be otherwise a good day.
And I mean, yesterday was a Chamber of Commerce Day, so incredible experience being in the Third Ward and having a wonderful time here.
Well, glad to have you, but I know the case is one of national interest.
Yeah, and I think there's a bigger issue here than just Judge Dugan. It's really a separation of powers issue, isn't it? Where you have the executive branch, the Department of Justice, and the FBI taking action against a member of the judiciary. And you see that in Judge Dugan's filing last night asking to dismiss the case. She's making the argument that there is a judicial immunity. What she does in her courtroom is outside the sphere of the executive branch, and that this case shouldn't just be knocked down because of judicial immunity. It shouldn't have been brought in the first place.
Talking with CBS News correspondent Scott McFarland. He is in town covering the Dugan appearance, which is later this morning. Should point out, Scott, just in terms of how you will cover this, how we will know what happens in court. No cameras because this is federal court. So how will the reporting out, how will we know what happens in court today?
Yeah, it's a little different than the local system where you can have cameras and phones in the hallway outside. In the federal courthouse here on East Wisconsin, you can't bring phones into the courtroom itself. At least you can't have them powered up. So any information about what happens at this 9 a.m. arraignment will be relayed outside, either in minutes or moments after it happens to somebody who can communicate it from outside the courthouse itself. There's always a possibility, and federal courts do this from time to time, where they have an overflow room, which actually makes things easier to get information out.
And we expect a plea given today?
A not guilty plea entered, and we'll see if the federal judge here wants to be hearing arguments on this motion to dismiss the case by Judge Dugan. I wouldn't expect the judge to make a ruling on that, but let's see if there's arguments about whether this case should be dismissed outright versus put on the calendar for a trial, because that's what happens after an arraignment. The defendant enters a plea, most likely a not guilty plea, and then they set a trajectory in the case of what happens pre-trial, then toward trial. There could possibly be a trial date set today. These things, all come not in a vacuum. They come at the same moment that Judge Dugan's trying to get this case knocked out of the court system. So we could have arguments on that too.
Milwaukee County Judge Hannah Dugan in federal court this morning. CBS correspondent Scott McFarlane here in Milwaukee covering that case for us. Thank you, Scott.
Talk to you soon.
Sports up next. The Packers' schedule is out. We'll give you the highlights.
We're Ted and Pam, owners of Church and Chapel Funeral Homes here in town.
Our family, serving your family.
Church and Chapel Funeral Homes. There's one near you.
Hey everybody, it's Debbie Lazaga here, and I am in the shadow of American Family Field at Hellfair Field with my little buddy Hamilton. He's my pupper. And we are here once again teaming up with the Brewers Community Foundation annual pet supply drive benefiting the Wisconsin Humane Society. We started off at 7 o'clock, had a nice line of folks giving their donations. It is so great. We're right outside in the Cooper parking lot, right in front of Hellfair Field. Toys, food, pet treats, anything that you think of that would be great for the Wisconsin Humane Society would really appreciate it. We're going to be here until 12 noon, but you can also bring your donations throughout the homestand this weekend. By the way, fans who donate at least $10 or eligible pet supplies will receive a collectible Trevor McGill pin. We got the first 200 fans who donate will also receive 2 free ticket vouchers for the 2025 season and receive sausages, water bottle. So lots of stuff to give away, lots of stuff to help out the pets and the animals at the Wisconsin Humane Society. For WTMJ, I'm Debbie Lazaga.
Time for an update from the Gruber Law Office's One Call, That's All Sports Desk.
After that days-long slog of drips and drabs, the full NFL schedule is now out. And for the first time since Matt LaFleur has been our head coach, the Packers open the season at home. We start with the Lions, Sunday, September 7th.
The Packers stay at home in Week 2 for a Thursday night matchup against the Washington Commanders. Other primetime games include Sunday night football matchups in Week 4 at Dallas and Week 8 at Pittsburgh. The Packers matchup in Week 10, a home game against the defending champion Eagles on Monday Night Football. From November 23rd until the end of the season, the Packers will play 5 games against NFC North Division opponents, including Thanksgiving at Detroit and the final week of the season at Minnesota. Greg Matzek, WTMJ News.
Packers host 2 preseason games this year and an early bye week for the Pack, another feature of the schedule. That bye week coming in Week 5.
Bye week for the Brewers today, or at least a bye day. They're back at it tomorrow after the offense returned on Wednesday.
2-2. Fly ball to center, hit pretty well. Jones going back at the track, at the wall. Bye-bye baseball! Sal Frelick ties this game at 2. On his second home run of the season. Boy, did that have to feel good for Sal and for that Brewers dugout. As Frelick showing a little power, a little pop.
Didn't feel good for that helmet that he chucked through the helmet, but it was all for the energy and to get people worked up. He was asked about it afterward if it was premeditated, and he was like, well, I don't expect to hit a home run every time I go up.
Here's what I'm going to do. Blast one and then chuck my helmet.
Brewers go on to win 9-5. Rhys Hoskin had himself a day, 5 RBI. Logan Henderson, the rookie, the first time this has happened since last year, but it's never happened before that a rookie pitcher for your Milwaukee Brewers has won their first 2 games. Logan Henderson, you may recall he pitched the gem the last time up, but then they sent him back down to the minors because they didn't really need him. He was asked about whether or not he thinks he'll stay now.
You broaden the scope a little bit. You understand what's going on, and you see guys are coming back and how many starters we have in the rotation. So I understood.
I think this one might be a little bit longer now.
I have no idea. It's not up to me. I'm not sure.
You know who it is up to? It's up to Matt Arnold. So we'll ask him for Brewers 360 coming up at 8:45. Brewers off today, like I said. Up next, the Twins at AmFam Field starting tomorrow night.
And keep this on the radar. Milwaukee Admirals open their second playoff series tonight against the Texas Stars, staving off early elimination by winning 3 straight in that first round. Head coach Carl Taylor.
We still haven't hit our peak yet. So we're okay with that. We still got boots on. We're happy with that. We had a good skate today. We're excited to get on the road.
Got the boots on, eh? It's good they want to get on the road because the Admirals start this best-of-5 series with 2 games in the Austin, Texas area. Then it's back home to UWM Panther Arena for 3 more if necessary. Puck drops tonight at 7 o'clock.
Want to stay up to date with the crew?
Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Got him with a changeup for strikeout number 1,000 in the career of Freddie Peralta.
Tune in to Brewers Extra Innings with Dominic Cotroneo after every game.
Reaches 1,000 strikeouts, the fastest Brewer ever to reach 1,000 strikeouts in his career. It took him just over 800 career innings.
Or listen anytime on the Brewers All Access podcast feed. We are your home of the Brewers, WTMJ.
Here's a not-so-fun fact. Recent study shows that only 40% of managers have annual check-ins with their direct reports. Vince Vitrano here for the LAK Group. That's not good, especially when today's younger workers are telling us they crave development and growth. LAK Group has a new tool. It's called Coaching on Demand. And here's what it is. It's a cutting-edge platform. It connects leaders and professionals with certified coaches and even seamlessly integrates AI into their development journey. And it's all done on their schedule. Learn more at Transforming Careers. That's transformingcareers.com. LAK, discover your human advantage.
Do you have the greatest possible fire protection?
Fire sprinklers protect lives and property in your building.
Are you ensuring that your fire sprinkler system is receiving the proper care that it requires?
Just like the other systems within your building, it is essential that the fire sprinkler system be inspected, tested, and maintained.
Protect your investment and, most importantly, occupants and firefighters by incorporating a regular ITM program in your building.
For more information, visit nfsa.org.
That's nfsa.org.
Adam Roberts is watching the cars this morning at 7:22.
Some good news and some bad news, Vince. The good news is earlier incidents on Watertown Plank Road, or on 4145 at Watertown Plank Road and on 94 South at Ryan Road have cleared up. The bad news is the delays have not on 4145 from north all the way up to Appleton Avenue in either direction is going to be slow through that construction zone. Also, volume quickly building up now on 94 from about the Plainfield curve all the way up to looks like near Lincoln right now, and slow through on 43 from the Marquette all the way up to Capitol Drive heading north, and a little backup starting to build now through the stadium from 35th Street all the way back to Mitchell Boulevard on 94 heading into downtown. I'm Adam Roberts with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
WTMJ forecast is sponsored by Dave Drake Camp Heating, where your comfort is their family's tradition. Severe weather possible today. Got to get through this first.
Bad news. Fog is getting thicker.
And Leon's getting larger.
WTMJ meteorologist Craig Copleen can confirm Leon is definitely getting larger this morning, Craig.
Indeed. So is the fog. It's a little bit pea soupy out here, especially in areas near the lake this morning. But that's going to change in a big hurry. You don't like the fog? Stand by. How would you like some big time thunderstorms, huh?
I want to ask you more about that, obviously. But first, one more thing on the fog. Just noticing yesterday, we work downtown, as do you, from time to time. So you had the 3 or 4 blocks or so of like downtown Milwaukee that was sopped in, and then all of a sudden sunshine. Is that, what do you call that fog? Is that a lake fog? You got a name for it?
It was so cool. Yeah, it developed right over the lake. It was because more moist air was moving in. So more moisture in the air that was moving in from the southeast. It would go out over the lake and immediately condense into clouds, low clouds, right? If you were in one of the bigger buildings, one of the taller buildings downtown, it was clear above the fog that you could see down on the ground. And every time there'd be a little bit of a breeze from the southeast or more due east, as the wind sort of varied during the day, it would blow those low clouds that had developed as fog over the lake inland just a few blocks. And if the wind would back off a little bit or maybe turn a little bit more southwest, it'd blow the fog back out over the lake. So this went on, off and on all day long. It was just a really neat thing if you were fortunate enough to be in one of the tall buildings and be able to look down at the fog.
All right, Craig, so severe weather or at least strong storms are expected. What's our timeline looking like?
Yeah, so it looks like this. So all signs point to a big-time major storm system moving in to the Midwest through the day today. All signs point to conditions being right for this system to produce severe thunderstorms late this afternoon and into this evening. I think they'll initiate mid-afternoon along a front that's going to be running. Picture how I-94 runs through western Wisconsin. So from Eau Claire to Toma and Mauston to the Dells, Madison, and then even farther south into northern Illinois. That's where the storms will initiate, and then they'll move to the east and head into eastern Wisconsin and eventually the Milwaukee area. The window for the Milwaukee area and, well, all of southeastern Wisconsin for severe storms is between 5 and 8 p.m. These will be fairly fast-moving storms, so they'll come and go pretty quickly. The storms will be closer to the early end of that time frame, the 5 p.m.-ish, for our western counties, as you'd expect and as is typical, Dodge, Jefferson County, and so on. And then they'll be closer to the 7-8 o'clock hour in the lakeshore counties, Milwaukee County, Ozaukee County, Racine County. And it does look like the setup in the atmosphere is going to be favorable for the development of a few tornadoes with this storm system as it moves in this evening. And even if there aren't tornadoes, damaging thunderstorm winds are going to be probable with the strongest of these storms, and very large hail. There's a possibility of hail larger than golf balls with the strongest storms tonight. Not for everybody, but with the strongest storms that go through southeast Wisconsin.
Yeah, no thank you on the hail in particular. This, as is typical, I think very often when we have these lines move through, Craig, we definitely need the rain, and this is not expected to be a big rainmaker.
It'll rain very heavily with the strongest storms, but it's just not going to last all that long. So, you'll get a quick maybe inch in some of the stronger storms, but it's going to be probably less than that as a general rule across the area.
So all of our concerns for wildfire areas across the state, that this won't dampen much of that.
Well, it's going to help, but it's not going to shut it down, right? You're going to need multiple rounds of rain to do that. We do have another threat of thunderstorms scattered tomorrow afternoon and evening. The threat for severe storms there is going to be fairly low. Next week, and I know I'm jumping way ahead, but Monday night, Tuesday night into Wednesday, we might have a more widespread sort of soaking rain for parts of the area. That is what we might look toward with regard to dampening the fire danger.
WTMJ meteorologist Craig Coplain live with us this morning. Thank you, sir.
You got it. My pleasure.
So, Craig's going to be pretty active on the station today. We'll keep him close as that severe weather approaches. And again, just reiterating his timeline. Looks like 5 in the afternoon is the front end of this. And as Craig suggested, the further west you are of Milwaukee, the earlier you will be on that timeline. News about your money this morning, WTMJ Annex Wealth Management Market Update. Dow Jones Industrial Average was down about 90 points in trading on Wednesday to 42,051. The NASDAQ at 19,147. That was up 137 points, and the S&P 500 closed just up 6 to 5893. Financial planning at every level. Annex Comprehensive Wealth, Annex Private Client, Annex Ignite. Details at annexwealth.com. Welcome to The Knowledge Brokers, our weekly feature covering the dynamics of the insurance market and how it affects Wisconsin businesses and residents. Sponsored by the original Knowledge Broker, R&R Insurance. Joining us today is Jeff Salazinski, Vice President of Insurance Operations. Jeff, you're always trying to keep us current, so let's talk about the impact inflation is having on the insurance market today.
Sure, Vince. Great to be here. This is really an important point. Inflation has been persistent really since 2021. And when you look at the cumulative effects of inflation, it can be problematic in a number of ways. Building materials, auto repair parts, and labor are all materially more expensive today than they were just a few years ago. Inflation erodes the limits of your insurance as well. Your property insurance limit, your liability insurance limit, and even your umbrella insurance limit. I heard an executive the other day in our industry say that inflation is the kryptonite of insurance. What he meant was inflation is diluting the value of your insurance policies. Your limits need to be evaluated regularly.
So just being underinsured as a result of this cumulative years of inflation, that's a real risk right now.
Absolutely, Vince. If you're underinsured, and some studies suggest that over 50% of individuals and businesses could be underinsured, if there's an event where you need those insurance policies to respond, you could be at risk. Think of a fire, a tornado, an auto accident, or you get sued.
So why should businesses or families work with R&R Insurance?
At R&R Insurance, we understand complex, dynamic issues like calculating proper limits of insurance and inflation and how they impact your business. If you're looking for a better insurance purchasing experience, we'd love to sit down and speak with you. At R&R Insurance, we know business insurance.
That's Jeff from R&R Insurance. Thanks for the great info, Jeff.
ABC News, I'm Sherry. Preston, President Trump continuing his trip to the Middle East. That is the arrival in the United Arab Emirates. In Qatar, the president signed a $96 billion deal for that country to buy more than 200 American-made jets from Boeing. The question of that $400 million Boeing plane, a gift to the president from Qatar, still an issue, says ABC Chief White House correspondent Mary Bruce.
While the deal for the jet is not yet done, there are major questions about conflicts of interest, security, and how much it will cost American taxpayers to retrofit the jet to bring it up to American security standards, and whether the gift violates the Constitution's ban on gifts from foreign heads of state.
Walmart says it expects to start raising prices soon because of the Trump tariffs. The company not issuing a profit outlook for the quarter because of constantly changing policies, it says. The Supreme Court taking up the issue of birthright citizenship and judges' nationwide injunctions surrounding it. This is ABC News.
Volume now in full force this morning. Plenty of backups across the system. Our trouble spot's going to be 4145 north between Watertown Plank Road and Appleton Avenue through that construction zone. Also pretty heavy on 43 north from downtown up to about Capitol. As you head into downtown on 94 from about the airport all the way up now towards Lincoln is going to be a little bit heavy. And also 894 north from the Hale up to about Oklahoma Avenue. You're going to be tapping the brakes as well. I'm Adam Roberts with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
High temperature of 86 degrees today away from Lake Michigan. About 10 degrees cooler lakeside under partly cloudy skies until we have some strong storms move through late. Right now at 52. And from the WTMJ Breaking News Center, could be wild this afternoon and into the evening hours. We start with dense fog and then sunshine, then severe weather possible. WTMJ meteorologist Craig Copleen.
The window for the Milwaukee area and, well, all of southeastern Wisconsin for severe storms is between 5 and 8 p.m. These will be fairly fast-moving storms, so they'll come and go pretty quickly. The storms will be closer to the early end of that time frame, the 5 p.m.-ish for our western counties, and then they'll be closer to the 7, 8 o'clock hour in the Lakeshore County.
Your complete WTMJ 5-day forecast coming up at 7:40.
Happening right now in downtown Milwaukee. Demonstrators are starting to line up and crowd outside the federal courthouse on Wisconsin Avenue. This as Milwaukee County Judge Hannah Dugan heads back to federal court later this morning. She's accused of federal obstruction after ICE agents tried to arrest an undocumented man from her courtroom and in the Milwaukee County Courthouse last month. CBS's Scott McFarland is outside the courthouse, tells Wisconsin's Morning News.
There's a bigger issue here than just Judge Dugan. It's really a separation of powers issue, isn't it? Where you have the executive branch, the Department of Justice, and the FBI taking action against a member of the judiciary. And you see that in Judge Dugan's filing last night asking to dismiss the case. She's making the argument that there is a judicial immunity. What she does in her courtroom is outside the sphere of the executive branch, and that this case shouldn't just be knocked down because of judicial immunity. It shouldn't have been brought in the first place.
Dugan is expected to plead not guilty.
Mouse droppings found in the school kitchen. Milwaukee Health Department says it's located rodent droppings in the main kitchen at Pulaski High School. After an inspection this week, MHD ordered the school to cease all kitchen operations for the week until sanitization is complete.
Despite a protest, no cuts at Shorewood High School.
The Shorewood School Board voted unanimously to cut one full-time staff position and reduce 3 others to part-time, despite a student walkout last week and 2 hours of public comment at Tuesday's board meeting.
If this is the cut that's happening now, that's why it's so terrifying later, because we don't know how bad they're going to be.
Board Clerk Abby Fowler.
We were very clear that we still had cuts to make, despite passing the referendum.
Jessica Gatso, WTMJ News.
Milwaukee Art Museum's executive director announced she is stepping down. Marcel Polednik ending her tenure at the museum coming up this summer after nearly a decade, saying, quote, Time for new leadership to guide the museum's next chapter. She did not specify any specific reason for leaving or next destination. Museum's board is beginning a global search for a new director.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 7:35.
Traffic sponsored by Tehan Greenhouses in Oak Creek. Buy direct and local for all of your garden plants.
Tehan Greenhouses in Oak Creek. Come shop and see the beautiful hanging baskets and deck-ready potted plants and vegetable plants, too. Tehan Greenhouses. Buy direct from the grower. Tehan.
Coming up, the fight over what to wear for workers at this popular place.
News is sponsored by Griffin Ford, Griffin Chevy on Metro Auto Mall, and Griffin's Hub Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, Ram.
You're spending it at Griffin. For just $1 over cost, you can buy brand new tires from us. This is Jim Griffin. Any major brand, $1 over our cost with free tire repair and lifetime rotation. We'll even show you the invoice to prove it. Our only requirements, we put them on for you. Buy one or the whole set. The dollar deal from Griffin. Milwaukee, Waukesha, Fort Atkinson, and Jefferson. Griffin. The buck stops here. The deals on tires don't. That's Griffin.
Not combinable with other tire offers.
A Blaine's Farm and Fleet original story.
Why is everyone coming on their riding mowers and UTVs?
I figured all the neighbors could use a break from yard work, so I invited them for
a ride-on lawnmower movie?
Or, as I like to say, a movie.
We've got the value you need to do things your way, like select name brand tires, buy 3, get 1 free for rewards members, and up to $80 in consumer rebates on select tires. Plus, ask about our best tire price promise. Blaine's Farm and Fleet. Being original.
Hey, it's Jason Wilde for Excel Custom Decks. I'm the football guy, definitely not the outdoor home projects guy. So when it comes to things like deck building, Excel Custom Decks is the true go-to expert. Family owned and operated, Excel Custom Decks uses the finest materials and products and combines that with superior craftsmanship. If you want your outdoor area to shine this summer, contact Excel Custom Decks now. Whatever you dream up for that perfect deck, pergola, or outdoor kitchen, Rob and his family can build it. Excel Custom Decks, decking excellence by design. Visit excelcustomdecks.com today.
Spas. The Swim Spa Hot Tub and Sauna Show is this weekend only inside the Exposition Center at Wisconsin State Fair Park. Millions of inventory must be sold. Prices are slashed up to 60% off retail, so save thousands. Save big on new hot tubs, spas, and saunas, also cold tubs. Plus, see the Michael Phelps Signature Swim Spas by Master Spas.
Hi, I'm Michael Phelps. Join the swimming revolution.
The Swim Spa Hot Tub and Sauna Show this weekend only inside the Exposition Center at Wisconsin State Fair Park. Visit 1-800-SPASale.com.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 7:37.
Week off for the Packers comes early this season. Sports at 7:45.
Trouble for Starbucks. More than 1,000 Starbucks baristas at 75 different stores are striking over the company's new dress code.
The new dress code mandated by Starbucks requires baristas to wear a black shirt and either khaki, black, or blue denim bottoms. As it was before, the employees could wear a broader range of dark colors and patterned shirts. Starbucks says the new rules would make its green apron stand out and create a sense of familiarity for customers as it tries to establish a warmer, more welcoming feeling in its stores. But the Workers United Union says the dress code should be subject to bargaining.
That's ABC's Dave Packer.
I don't know. My oldest worked at Starbucks for a number of time. I don't know that she or I or any of us ever thought twice about what it is. Like, I don't know, they said we should wear this. Okay.
Not to sound like an old fuddy-duddy, but doesn't the store have every right to say, hey, we're selling a product here, we'd like you to wear this?
This is how we would like for you to come to work.
Would Target workers complain if Target said, hey, you know what? We like you wearing the red polos and the khaki pants, and can you actually challenge that?
Well, and then that either side of this argument is going to die on this hill. Khaki-ish pants. So that's not quite khaki. That's more of an olive. Just get me the coffee for as little money as fast as you can. Right? And then everybody's happy.
And call me Derek, Erik, right. Erik, whatever you want.
I don't even care as long as it's right. News is sponsored by Annex Wealth Management's Money Talk. That's heard Saturdays at 10 right here on WTMJ.
We didn't write the headline. The Wall Street Journal did. The days of set and forget investing just ended for many Americans. Market shifts, economic uncertainty, and global unrest. It's a wake-up call. No doubt, standard financial advice is to avoid making rash decisions during market turmoil, and we're totally on board with that. But retirement planning isn't a set-it-and-forget-it process anymore. That's where Annex Wealth Management comes in. As fee-only fiduciaries, we craft personalized financial, retirement, estate, and tax plans that adapt as needed and put Put your goals first, always. Already with another firm, but getting the feeling you're lost in the shuffle or they just can't keep up? A second opinion could be the smartest move you could make. If you're managing it yourself, we'll fill in the gaps with professional precision. You work hard to build your future. Don't leave it to chance. Put a pro on your side. Get a proactive plan from a fee-only fiduciary. Annex Comprehensive Wealth, Annex Private Client, Annex Ignite. Head to annexwealth.com and click the Get Started button.
Checking in with Adam Roberts at 20 minutes before 8 o'clock. He's watching the traffic.
Volume generally heavy across the system as to be expected around this time of day. It's particularly bad, though, on 4145 from Watertown Plank Road all the way up past now Appleton Avenue towards Fond du Lac, and really in any direction, north or south, due to the construction and general buildup of the morning. Also slow 43 north from Marquette all the way up to Capitol Drive. Also now becoming a little bit slow as you head into downtown from about Silver Spring down towards Kiev. 94 north from the airport up to Lincoln's going to be a little slow, and then 894 heading out of the Hale north towards Greenfield going to be a touch slow as well. I'm Adam Roberts with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
The WTMJ 5-day forecast. Areas of patchy dense fog for you this morning, then partly cloudy skies through the middle of the day. Warm temperatures and muggy highs in the 70s by the lake, 80s inland. Look for the chance for scattered showers and thunderstorms to pop up to our west this afternoon and roll in across southeastern Wisconsin. Main time frame is 5 to 8 p.m. All types of severe weather will be possible. Those storms end early tonight, then mostly clear and mild. Temperatures falling into the 50s and 60s. Friday, partly cloudy, warm and windy. The chance for a couple more afternoon showers and storms. Highs in the lower 80s. Saturday, we start to cool off. Highs in the 60s, partly cloudy and breezy. Cooler into Sunday, partly cloudy, mid-50s. And we'll hold on to the 50s into Monday of next week. I'm meteorologist Tyler Moore, the Storm Team forecast on WTMJ.
Milwaukee at 52. Not sure how much this story matters. And by that I mean, like, how great of an impact this one position that is now in transition, as you heard in the bottom of the hour news, affects one of our treasured cultural institutions. News that the director of the Milwaukee Art Museum, Marcel Plednick, is stepping down this summer. Statement from Jeff Yabuki, who's chairman of the board. Marcel has driven a number of noteworthy accomplishments over her tenure, including navigating the challenges of the global pandemic, focusing our strategic agenda, and helping to prepare us for the next decade of artistic growth and innovation for our landmark institution. No reason given for her decision to leave the museum, nor a future endeavor or destination. She's been with the museum since 2016. Actually, quick aside here. Didn't you go to prom with her or something?
No.
I keep teasing Eric because you went to high school together, right?
Yes, we graduated
so you knew
together.
Her.
Yes.
And then you dated for many years.
No, don't stop saying that.
All right.
Never dated.
So I can't recall if it's just the story I'm choosing to. That's my truth.
No, it's great.
It's my truth I'm telling this morning. Can't recall if I met her face to face. I know we talked at least once or twice during COVID. We did a couple of virtual interviews on TMJ4 about where the museum was and how they were navigating all of that. So I'm familiar with her and we've talked. I can't remember if we've met face to face. I will connect this dot and make a suggestion of a couple of possibilities, as she's relatively young, so still has working years in the field ahead of her. Earlier this year, you might remember this, Milwaukee County Supervisor popped off about her salary. Supervisor Steve Taylor, in a strongly worded statement back in February, kind of out of nowhere, just ripped her more than $500,000 pay package, saying the taxpayers of Milwaukee County deserve full transparency. It's unacceptable for a publicly subsidized institution to slash staff and suffer declining attendance while its director's salary skyrockets. Now, Supervisor Taylor went on to identify the county's part in payments to the museum, which is largely funded by millions in private donations.
And she's not a county employee.
Also true, not a county employee, and the museum points out her position is not funded by the county taxpayer investment. Now, I guess you can argue, and the supervisor appears to be arguing this, money in my left pocket is separate from money in my right pocket, but it's still money that I have, right? So you can play the it's in this pocket, that pocket game, but that's not the game he wanted to play. His point was, obviously, if you can afford to pay your director more than $500,000, maybe county taxpayers should be making other investments in the arts. So without regard for how you feel about that, this is the dot I connect. Is this verbal assault on her worth, publicly stated, related to this closely thereafter departure. Either did she see the handwriting on the wall and worry for the future of her job if her salary were under increased scrutiny, or did she just say, you know what, I'm pretty good at this and I have a doctorate and I don't need this from Rando County Supervisor delivering an unprompted shot at my worth. Taylor had suggested that she testify before a county committee. I don't believe that ever happened, and it's possible someone with her credentials didn't take long to say, you know what, don't need you.
Not interested in the local politics.
Right. I'm not going to testify before Supervisor Taylor and whatever about this. I'll go do this job somewhere else. Don't know which, but those are the dots that I connect this morning. 7:45 on Wisconsin's Morning News.
Heart disease won't stop us. Diabetes won't slow us down. Allergies, high blood pressure, shoulder pain, cancer. Nothing will keep us from pushing Wisconsin ahead. Because with the Freighter and the Medical College of Wisconsin Health Network, forward progress is what we stand for. That means always pushing and always innovating. With new technologies and breakthrough treatments that make life better, whether we're sick or well. It means providing more convenience and more ways to receive medical excellence for all your health needs, for big and small. It means being there for you, our family, caring for yours. So let's keep raising the bar. Let's keep testing the limits of what medicine can do. Let's push ahead and make life here as great as it can be. Visit Freighter.com to find out how.
Everybody, Debbie Lazaga here, and I am once again here at American Family Field, right outside Hellfair Field, right near the Cooper parking lot, and we are once again teaming up with the Brewers Community Foundation for their annual pet supplies drive, benefiting the Wisconsin Humane Society. We've been doing this for years and years, and this is so much fun. We've had a great turnout so far, plenty of room for you to come on out and make your donations. We're looking for pet food, pet treats, all sorts of pet supplies, and if you can't do any of that, we can also take monetary donations. As a matter of fact, folks who donate at least $10 or some pet supplies will receive a collectible Trevor McGill pin. The first 200 fans who donate will be We'll get 2 free ticket vouchers for the 2025 season here at American Family Field for our very own Milwaukee Brewers. And if you can't make the drive today, you can also bring your donations throughout the homestand this weekend against the Minnesota Twins. So come on out. If you're looking for more details, we got plenty online on WTMJ.com, as well as you can text in to the Siding Unlimited talk and text line to the word PET, P-E-T, and that will give you a link to the story that will give you all the information that you need to make your donations. But while you're driving to work, make sure you come on by and say hi. I've got my dog Hamilton here. We've got 2 of the racing sausages and the Wisconsin Humane Society puppy here to say hi. So come on out. Again, this is Debbie Lazaga for WTMJ.
Time for an update from the Gruber Law Office's One Call, That's All Sports Desk.
Have yourself a day, Rhys Hoskins.
There go the runners. 3-2 pitch is lifted into left center. This is going to get down. Plug the gap. Contreras around third. He will score. Terang on his way home. Here's the throw. It's not in time. It is a 2-run single for Rhys Hoskins. He's driven in 5 in this game, and it is some huge insurance for the Crew here in the 9th.
That would make it 9-5. The Brewers would go on to win and salvage 1 game out of the 3 with the Guardians in Cleveland. Hoskins crediting the big game with the fact that
it's nice to hit with 2 legs.
Yeah, his legs work nowadays, which helps. You remember last year, he's still recovering from that knee. Much better now.
But again, I'm swinging at the right pitches. I'm taking the right pitches, and then the key to this game is not missing the ones that show up in the middle of the plate.
You know who looked good? Logan Henderson. Just throwing gas. So rookie starter. He joins Robert Gasser. They are the only 2 pitchers in franchise history to win their first 2 games.
As rookies.
Mm-hmm.
Right, yeah.
So you wonder now if Henderson will be a lock now, staying with the team. Remember last time he pitched a gem and they sent him back down.
Well, and here's the thing, like there's much being made over, well, is there room because we got other guys coming? I'll take who's pitching well and available.
Yep.
right? I don't need to make room for this one or that one or whatever.
Henderson doesn't know what's going to happen. He says, he told reporters afterward, hey,
Good is good.
Whatever they decide, I'll do. Well, you know who does make these decisions? Matt Arnold. He joins us in an hour, so we'll ask him directly what's going to happen next with your starters. And a lot of them now are starting to get to that point where, okay, we're going to bring some of these guys back. We'll see what happens. This, as Jose Quintana now goes on the injured list. Brewers off today. They take on the Twins at AmFam Field starting tomorrow night.
Milwaukee Admirals will start a new series tonight near Austin. They've got the Texas Stars in the second round of the Calder Cup playoffs, and it's a team the Ads know well. Mequon native Spencer Stastny.
We've had some good series and good games throughout the years with Texas, so yeah, I think definitely they're going to be coming for us, but we feel the same way about them. We know they're a good team, and they have been for a few years.
2 in Texas, then 3 back home if 3 are necessary. It is a best-of-5 series. UWM Panther Arena will host those final 3 games, again 3 if necessary. Puck drops at 7 o'clock tonight.
ESPN Wisconsin's Mark Tauscher here for Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin. And there is no better time to upgrade your windows and doors than right now, because Pella is offering up to 6 years of 0% financing. Set up your free in-home consultation. You commit to nothing at this point. They'll listen to your vision and suggest the Pella materials and customizations to make it a reality. Get 0% financing for up to 6 years. Certain restrictions do apply, and this deal ends May 31st, 2025. So visit PellaWI.com today.
It's Debbie Lazaga, and I'm so excited because Kohler Services just transformed my old bathtub into a beautiful new Luxstone shower. Kohler Services made it so easy. They came to my home and helped me design my custom shower, and they hauled away my old tub. Stephen, Luke, and Will were focused and professional installers. I recommend them to anyone. You can request your free quote for a custom Kohler Luxstone shower by visiting KohlerServicesWI.com. That's KohlerServicesWI.com.
Tune in on Sundays at 10 a.m. for the AccuNet Mortgage and Realty Show. Join AccuNet's Brian and David Wickert for the most up-to-date information on mortgage trends, along with timely news on the real estate market. The housing market is in flux, but the national headlines don't often fit local market conditions. Find out what's really happening on the front lines of real estate and mortgage financing in Wisconsin and make better decisions by tuning in every Sunday at 10 a.m. The AccuNet Mortgage and Realty Show with Brian and David Wickert on WTMJ.
WTMJ, W277CV, and WKTI HD2 Milwaukee from the Annex Wealth Management Studios. This is News Radio WTMJ, a Good Karma brand station.
At 7:52, Adam Roberts on the cars this morning.
Right now, Vince, any north or southbound lane on the freeways is going to be a bit slow. We got the combination of the dense fog this morning and then just your general morning drive volume. Right now, 41 all the way south from, looks like Highway 145 down towards north is going to be slow. And then north from Watertown Plank Road up to Appleton, going to be tight as well due to the construction zone. 43 north and south between Silver Spring and the Marquette, going to be slow in either direction, particularly between Capitol and about Fond du Lac. 94 east and west near the stadium, going to be slow as well. Backups anywhere from 16th Street all the way west to 70th. And then out of the Plainfield curve on 94 heading north, right now to about Oklahoma is going to be a little slow as well. And then 894 north out of the Hale heading towards about, looks like National, is going to be a tap on the brake situation as well. I'm Adam Roberts with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
WTMJ forecast brought to you by Dave Dre Camp Heating, where your comfort is their family's tradition. Dense fog advisory set to expire at 10 o'clock this morning. Then we heat up to a high of 86 degrees inland, 75 at the lake. Storms coming this afternoon and into the evening hours. 5 p.m., the front end of the window for these storms that could be severe tonight. And Friday, partly cloudy, windy, and warm with a chance of showers and storms in the afternoon and a high of 81. Right now, 52.
Idea Man.
There are guys that are just freak show athletes. And I'm not going to pick on my buddy, Chad Clifton. Much better athlete than I was.
Innovative.
Stronger, quicker twitch, can't swing a golf club, and was god-awful in slow-pitch softball.
And Packers Hall of Famer.
But then you look at his bank account, and you're like, it's great, Tausch. Hey, you're a good softball player. Cool.
It's time for Tausch on Wisconsin's Morning News. Presented by Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin and Kohler Services.
Mark Tauscher on Wisconsin's Morning News, sponsored by Kohler Services and Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin. All right, Tausch. The full schedule is out for the Green Bay Packers. Any surprises? Any things you want to highlight?
I mean, we kind of knew a couple of the big highlights, obviously the Philly game and Detroit, but I mean, you're getting 2 home games right out of the gate. And I think with this team and kind of how the season finished with the sour taste, I think that's exciting that you're going to get an opportunity to play 2 big boy teams right out of the gate at home. And if you win both of those, I think that is going to really set a tone. And then, I think the idea of playing Detroit on Thanksgiving in Detroit again, it's a really good, fun schedule. I'm a little surprised that the Pittsburgh game is, I think, week 7 or week 8. So, I mean, it's going to be, I think, the back end of this schedule, having to play at Minnesota. We know it's going to be a tough schedule, but I really think it's going to, you have to get out to a fast start. And I think this schedule, gives your team, even though the schedule looks difficult, gives your team a chance to really gain a lot of confidence early on.
A couple things I don't love about it. Interested in your thoughts, particularly on the bye week. Pretty early for the Green Bay Packers. Week 5. No matter what, it always seems to fall at a good time. You got guys hurt or something's happening or you want to break up some stumbles. But that said, that is pretty early, man.
Yeah, it sucks. There's no spinning it. There was one of the Badger seasons, we had a bye week 2. And I think Paul Chris was the coach. I'm like, how are you spinning this? That this is going to – because coaches, you're right, Vinny. Coaches will always say, well, the bye came at a perfect time. Well, no, it doesn't. You really want it in like that week 9, 10, and especially with 17 games. But, with training camp – and I do think the fact that you have that early Thursday game, so you're going to have a 4-day week, and there are going to be injuries. There's no doubt stuff will happen. And, early last year with Jordan Love's injury, you could probably spin it. But the bottom line is I think you have to look at that first 4 or 5 weeks now as a total sprint. And then you reset, and then you have the marathon coming up after. But there's no positive. You don't want to buy that early in the season because you want to be fresh and playing, as healthy and as, I guess as mentally free as you can. And having that bye later allows you to do that. But now you try to schedule it and try to give your team the best opportunity to kind of weather that storm. But it's a bad draw, there's no doubt.
If you want to see the schedule, you can text the word Packers to the Siding Unlimited WTMJ Talk and Text line. We'll send it to you. 855-616-1620. Tausch, what do you make of in December, you play the Bears in week 14, then it's the Broncos in week 15, and then it's the Bears again in week 16. So you're playing the same team, a division rival, twice in 13 days. How does that affect like the coaching when you are playing the same team in that short amount of time from each other?
Well, I mean, obviously you're familiar with those teams anyways, but you typically when you're scouting, you want to look back at 4 weeks. And then because that's typically will let you know where the team is trending and what they're doing because it's either working or it's not. It's unusual, no question, but the NFL is really trying to backlog those division games to make them really important at the end of the season. And, you could see one where it's 3 or 4 weeks, but the fact that, 13 days apart, you're going to know how the breath smells of the guy you're going against. You're going to know everything. It'll come down to execution. I don't think you're going to coach it much different. Those division games always come down to execution. I can remember we playing Urlacher and those guys. They knew what we were doing. We knew what they were doing. It always comes back to just who can do it best.
When do we get to a back-to-back?
Eric wants a home and home like hockey.
Yes.
You know what? If you're going to do that, I think especially with, the short weeks, the Thursday, I think because your lack of preparation, you might be onto something there, Eric.
How awesome would that be?
Just say the Sunday, because you want a short travel window, let's do the Sunday, Thursday, Bears home and home. I think it's a great idea, and maybe that's something the NFL will look at.
Oh, start pushing that. Okay.
Yeah, I like that.
Next time I see the commissioner, I'll mention it.
Yeah, I'm still pushing my pick your playoff opponent.
Yeah.
After the wild card weekend, that's kind of the hill I'm ready to go die on. I'll let Eric and you push that, but count me as a vote in your consortium of I'm on board with your plan.
All right.
Yes, various entities support this move, Mr. Commissioner.
Yes, yeah. Sources close to.
Yes. Thanks, Tausch. 7:59, Wisconsin's Morning News.
These are your business headlines from the Milwaukee Business Journal.
Harley-Davidson CEO Jochen Zeitz has been re-elected to the company's board, narrowly surviving a shareholders' campaign to oust him from the role. Kohl's is moving quickly on its search for a new CEO. In the meantime, interim CEO Michael Bender told shareholders that he'll focus on maintaining accountability and leading with transparency. Speaking of Kohl's, the department store chain is refinancing millions of dollars in debt that's coming due this year. The company is having to put up its distribution centers as collateral for the loans, a move that signals a decrease in its lenders' appetite for risk. I'm Timothy Gibbons for MilwaukeeBusinessJournal.com on 620 WTMJ.
Miss any part of the show? Get the Wisconsin's Morning News podcast sent directly to you. Text Vince to the WTMJ Talk and Text line.
James Imaging Systems, your local document imaging partner. JamesImaging.com.
It's happened again. Another local organization switching to business technology from James Imaging Systems. This time, it's St. Anne Center for Intergenerational Care. CFO Sally Parente.
We were unhappy with our previous vendor. It was always a big production. We also had some issues with pricing.
And now with James Imaging Systems?
The service, the value, and the ease with which we can just keep using their service and not having any big headaches. We're getting value here as well.
Just what you'd expect from James Imaging Systems, a 100% Wisconsin-owned and managed company. AI-driven workflow automation, security enhancements, and digital transformation.
I love that they're a local company. They've been a wonderful business partner for St. Anne Center.
Make the switch to James Imaging Systems. Call 262-781-7700 or visit jamesimaging.com. James Imaging Systems, your local business technology partner.
The place you want to go, Lynch McWanago.
Nobody sells for less than Lynch.
Breaking news as it happens. Stay up to date with your trusted and relevant source in news, sports, traffic, and weather. We are Wisconsin's radio station. News Radio 620, WTMJ, Milwaukee.
Just after 8 o'clock, I'm Vince Vitrano on Wisconsin's Morning News. Thursday, May 15th, our top story, strong winds, hail expected from this afternoon and evening storms.
I'm Erik Bilstad. A crowd starts to form outside the Milwaukee Federal Courthouse.
I'm Adam Roberts in for Debbie Lazaga, watching plenty of volume and fog on the roads still this morning. 4145 anywhere between Appleton Avenue all the way down to Watertown Plank Road is going to be slow. 43 north from the Marquette up to Capitol, slow as well. Southbound on 43, going to be tapping the brakes from Silver Spring down to about Keefe. And then on 94 from the airport heading north towards downtown, going to be a little slow as you approach Oklahoma Avenue. Eastbound and westbound on 94, also by the way between the stadium area around Mitchell Boulevard to 27th is going to be slow as well. I'm Adam Roberts with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
We got dense fog advisory this morning. That goes until 10 o'clock. And then when that clears, we'll be on our way to a high of 86 degrees, about 10 degrees cooler near the lake. Right now at 53 in Milwaukee and from the WTMJ Breaking News Center. Then the potential for severe weather expected in our area after 5 o'clock this afternoon. WTMJ meteorologist Craig Copleen on Wisconsin's Morning News.
It does look like the setup in the atmosphere is going to be favorable for the development of a few tornadoes with this storm system as it moves in this evening. And even if there aren't tornadoes, damaging thunderstorm winds are going to be probable with the strongest of these storms and very large hail. There's a possibility of hail larger than golf balls.
Happening right now, a crowd of demonstrators gathering outside the Milwaukee Federal Courthouse downtown. This as Milwaukee County Judge Hannah Dugan is scheduled to be arraigned in federal court this morning. Her appearance comes one day after a grand jury indicted Dugan for allegedly obstructing government agents seeking to detain an undocumented immigrant. She is also looking to have the case dismissed. CBS correspondent Scott McFarland is at the courthouse downtown. He tells WTMJ's Wisconsin's Morning News how information will be relayed from the courtroom.
Any information about what happens at this arraignment will be relayed outside, either in minutes or moments after it happens to somebody who can communicate it from outside the courthouse cells.
Again, the judge's legal team filed a motion Wednesday seeking to dismiss the case on grounds of judicial immunity. She is expected to plead not guilty this morning.
Mouse droppings in the school kitchen. Milwaukee Health Department said it found rodent droppings in the main kitchen at Pulaski High School after an inspection this week. MHD ordered the school to cease kitchen operations for a week until they can clean it up.
The Shorewood School Board is cutting one full-time staff position and reducing 3 others to part-time at the high school, citing declining enrollment and course requests from students. Here's the board vice president, Ellen Ekman.
People said we're slashing and we're cutting, I felt like they were thinking we were doing a machete, and we're not. It's been looked at very carefully so that we didn't slash, that we didn't cut across all kinds of places.
The decision came after a student walkout last week and hours of public comment during Tuesday's vote.
This morning, still unclear when the CEO of Harley-Davidson will step down, but they didn't manage to throw him out.
An effort from Harley-Davidson's second largest shareholder to oust CEO Jochen Zeitz didn't pan out. Wednesday's vote re-elected Harley's entire board of directors, including 2 other longtime directors targeted by H Partners Management. The shareholder tells our news partners, the Milwaukee Business Journal, the vote was razor thin. About 48% of shareholders withholding support for the CEO. Zeitz still plans to retire this year, and the 2 longtime directors have signaled they might exit the board by 2026. Jessica Gatso, WTMJ News.
Tariffs are impacting the nation's biggest retailer.
I'm Jim Crisula. If you shop at Walmart, you will soon be paying more. The nation's biggest retailer says it will be raising prices because of President Donald Trump's tariffs. Much of what Walmart sells is made in China. The company says it had strong profits from good sales during the first quarter of the year.
Retailers and importers had largely stopped shipping shoes, clothes, toys, and other items with the duties so high, but many are now expected to resume importing from China during this tariff pause that we're under. It's a 90-day pause at the moment, hoping to avoid sparse shelves later this fall.
Coming up, eating cookies on your way to losing weight? Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time 8:06.
Looking ahead to life's next adventure? Hi, I'm Mike Yancey from Yancey & Associates. Whether you're buying a home or launching your dream business, we know there's a lot on your plate. But here's the thing, you don't have to go it alone. Since 1946, we've helped Wisconsinites like you secure, protect, and grow their version of the American dream. Our team is ready to tailor the perfect plan for you. Learn more at ansay.com. That's ANSAY.com.
Kick off your summer right with big seasonal savings at Fleet Farm. Kingsford 16-pound 2-packs of charcoal briquettes are just $17.99. Suffolk's braided fishing line is only $7.99 a spool. And get a free $25 gift card with every $100 you spend on select Columbia apparel and footwear. For more of the hottest summer specials at the best prices guaranteed, stop by your local Fleet Farm or check out our weekly ad at fleetfarm.com.
Spas. The Swim Spa Hot Tub and Sauna Show is coming this weekend inside the Exposition Center at Wisconsin State Fair Park. Rose and Roses Spas, Hot Tubs, Cold Tubs, and Swim Spas. The largest display in the state. Save up to 60% on all in-stock models. This weekend only inside the Exposition Center at Wisconsin State Fair Park.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time 8:08.
Kind of an interesting story here. This 69-year-old woman with dementia. Now, she is safe, but her family was worried. She was able to get on a ride share without her family knowing, and that happened Monday night.
I've never experienced this in my career.
Cudahy Police Chief Anthony Andrews says the endangered and missing woman with dementia was thankfully found safe in a Chicago hospital. Detectives found she used a toll-free number to hitch a ride.
She utilized an application called GoGoGrandparent.com.
She's okay, but too often the chief says you don't have a good outcome.
She's okay. In this case, obviously, was a team effort, everybody working together.
Julia Fellow, WTMJ News.
Sounding the alarm on how government cuts could put food safety at risk, local restaurateur Chef Michael Fecker tells WTMJ's Point Taken.
To be able to make food shelf stable, you have to fill it with preservatives. So how do we fight that? You know, as parents and as community members, we want our children, ourselves, and our friends to eat pure and healthy. But we don't. We just don't do that.
Becker says stronger protections are needed before any cuts lead to real consequences.
How about eating cookies to lose weight?
Italian researchers have developed a cookie that seems to act like Ozempic. They extracted a compound from the wormwood plant, which seems to trigger the gut in a similar way to weight loss injections. They then mix that with dark chocolate, which has similar properties, to make cookies. Volunteers said they felt full, and blood tests showed an increase in the hormone levels associated with fullness. A full clinical trial is now planned, and a possible commercial release of the cookies. Vicki Barker, CBS News, London.
What was missing in that report, Eric? What didn't you hear about the cookies? They can lose weight. It's made of this. It can do this, that, and the other for you. How do they taste? I mean, I guess that's not the
taste like
the
cardboard.
full point, but right. Like to know how they taste. 8:09 on Wisconsin's Morning News.
Hey, WDTMJ's Erik Bilstad here, reminding you to subscribe to the Wisconsin's Morning News podcast. We update it every day with every interview, every segment, every bit we do on the show.
Wait, we don't do bits on the show.
You are the cream to fill my cream box.
I hope they like each other.
Boat race. The sun and the moon and the earth have become one, and so have we.
All right, maybe we do some bits.
Be sure you subscribe to the Wisconsin's Morning News podcast, presented by Tri-County Contracting.
Lake Geneva is the Midwest's premier golf destination, featuring breathtaking views, crystal clear lakes, and rolling fairways. Treat yourself to an all-inclusive golf getaway with courses designed for all skill levels, luxurious lodging, distinctive dining, and a relaxing spa. Plan a Lake Geneva group golf outing, a corporate event, or a weekend getaway with friends or family. Their pros will help you plan a memorable golf experience. For info on courses and more, visit lakegeneva.com today. Lake Geneva, it's always been the place for legendary golf.
Hey, WTMJ's John Mercure here. You're going to love this. There's free pizza today at the Amazing Mind Chef restaurant in Hartford. Business owners, managers, coaches, listen up. Check this out. Every Thursday, when you buy one pizza, your second pizza's free. Buy 2 pizzas, get 2 free. Buy 5, get 5 free pizzas. You got a big hungry crew. Buy 20 pizzas, get 20 free. Bring in pizza today for your loyal employees and your clients. They'll appreciate you big time. Coaches, bring in your soccer, baseball, basketball, track, tennis team. It's free pizza at the Mine Shaft restaurant. And your players are going to love that world-class game room, super affordable team bonding. The Mine Shaft in beautiful downtown Hartford. It's right off Highway 41 in Oshkosh. 2 locations, easy to get to, lots of close parking, plenty of seating. And a reminder, the Friday all-you-can-eat fish fry is $7.99. What a crazy low price. So don't cook today. Order now and pick up your pizza shortly, or dine in and enjoy your free Thursday pizza. MineShaftRestaurant.com. Big food, big fun. It's the Mine Shaft.
At 11 minutes after 8, let's get an update on the morning drive here. Adam?
All right, Vince, we've got, it looks like right now, just into us, an incident on the ramp from County K to 94 North. Already squads on scene with this one. It looks like it's out of the way of traffic. It is also, should be noted, through another thick section of fog, which we are still dealing with this hour and will for the next few hours. As far as volume, your heaviest spot's going to be 4145 anywhere north and south between Watertown Plank Road and Appleton Avenue through that construction area, and then 43 north from downtown to about Capitol. Southbound 43 from Silver Spring to Keefe is going to be slow, as is 94 east and west through the stadium, and 94 north from the Plainfield Curve up towards Oklahoma Avenue. I'm Adam Roberts with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Your WTMJ forecast brought to you by Big Fish Contracting. Visit bigfishcontracting.com to see how they're renovating homes and redeeming an industry. Dense fog advisory goes for another couple hours here for much of southeast Wisconsin this morning. Then we get warm. The high of 86 degrees away from Lake Michigan, 75 if you're lakeside, which is pretty warm for May along the lake. And the storms move in late this afternoon into the early evening hours, so 3 o'clock earliest for far western counties, probably closer to our area around 5 o'clock on the front end. And some of those storms could be strong to severe. Tonight's low down to 55. Chance for showers and storms tomorrow afternoon with a high of 81. Right now, 52 in Milwaukee.
Live from the Annex Wealth Management Studios at the Avenue in downtown Milwaukee, this is Wisconsin's Morning News. Here are your hosts, Erik Bilstad and Vince Vitrano.
A busy day in downtown Milwaukee today. You're already going to start noticing it. It's taking place.
Happening today on Wisconsin's Morning News.
Hey, actually happening right now.
On Wisconsin Avenue.
On Wisconsin Avenue. I'll have to change that, get that updated there, Greg. Right now, outside the Milwaukee Federal Courthouse, a demonstration is taking place. Crowds of people on the steps there of the Federal Courthouse in downtown Milwaukee on Wisconsin Avenue. As they demonstrate for and against, it appears there are signs and demonstrators on both sides of the issue, with Milwaukee County Judge Hannah Dugan now headed to court later this morning. She's accused and indicted of helping an undocumented immigrant avoid arrest, and she's expected in court.
They allege in the charging documents that there was a defendant in Judge Dugan's courtroom who federal immigration agents were there to detain for possible deportation, and they allege the judge rerouted the agents and then rerouted that criminal defendant away from the agents, allegedly, as a form of obstruction of a federal investigation.
That is CBS correspondent Scott McFarland there, who's in town. We'll hear more from him here in a second. So they allege that she misled ICE agents who were in to take this undocumented immigrant into custody.
In fact, actually helped him evade that arrest, right? Here's the side door. Here's how you can avoid those federal agents who are here to arrest you.
And he was later arrested anyway, so he is in custody. Now, her team, her lawyers did call for a motion to dismiss the case. Now, they argue that she's immune from being charged for her official acts as a judge. A little bit more from Scott McFarland on that. He joined us earlier on Wisconsin's Morning News.
There's a bigger issue here than just Judge Dugan. It's really a separation of powers issue, isn't it? Where you have the executive branch, the Department of Justice, and the FBI taking action against a member of the judiciary. And you see that in Judge Dugan's filing last night asking to dismiss the case. She's making the argument that there is a judicial immunity. What she does in her courtroom is outside the sphere of the executive branch, and that this case shouldn't just be knocked down because of judicial immunity. It shouldn't have been brought in the first place.
Yeah, so that's what he says this filing is pushing out. Also, there's some optics here that they feel is being done for political purposes. The perp walk, we'll call it that. There's shots of her being let out in handcuffs, and they feel that was done intentionally as a political point to be made versus anything that was legally done for purposes of the case.
I think that's fair. Some folks might applaud that.
Sure.
The FBI director, Kash Patel, was out ahead of all of this, talking about it, posting about it. That's unusual. So there's no question. I don't think the administration would deny, we're trying to make a point here. And folks can agree or disagree with that standpoint, but I don't think that's I think that's an entirely legitimate point to highlight.
The federal courthouse, so for those not in the know, you'll never see cameras or live streams coming from the trials at the federal courthouse. They're not allowed. If you ever get a shot or a chance to tour the courthouse or go to when they do the open doors Milwaukee, you should do it. It's a gorgeous building. And
outside of the courts, you have federal offices that are there as well. U.S. Attorney's Office for the Eastern District of Wisconsin is there. Oftentimes members of Congress for the area would have an office there.
It's very quaint. It's very quiet. Like, have you ever been? I've covered a case or two in there, and it's all you got is like a notepad and a pencil. It's different. It's different. Anyway, this is happening this morning, so you're not going to see her in the courtroom or anything like that, but we will hear from many of those inside, including our affiliates, of course, and our reporters and those partners who are going to be there to hear what actually happens in this case. It would be a not guilty plea. Any breaking news would be if the case was dismissed, but I don't believe anyone is expecting that to happen this morning.
And the other thing to watch for is with all the cameras set out on the front steps of the courthouse, that's not the way they have to go in or out. But if her team would choose to come out and address the throngs of media there and all the demonstrators and get their story out there, that may occur, you would think, after the hearing.
Right.
So that's something that you may have seen at federal trials anywhere in the country that are high profile.
So all the cameras are out. They have the mic stands up, if you will. The demonstrators are there already ahead of this case, which we'll see its next chapter here unfold in the next hour or so.
You know what? I think there are a couple of things to take away from this. I think there's a legitimate debate to be had over whether or not this is right or not right, or whatever. One of the things that's interesting to me that the Dugan team is going to present is this argument that's been made of, even if someone is in the country illegally, don't you want them to have to go through court to be sentenced and perhaps get prison time for crimes they are alleged to have committed here? If you were a victim of that crime, wouldn't you want to have your day in court as opposed to, I don't know, I swooped this person up, kicked them out, only perhaps to return illegally some other time, or we never know what happened.
Justice served.
Right. I didn't get my justice. I'm not saying that's the side I'm on, but if ultimately this case is allowed to proceed, you might expect when it's argued on the merits that Judge Dugan's team is going to say, look, she has an interest in justice, but in her courtroom. And she was trying to protect the sanctity of those proceedings as it pertained to this particular individual.
Due process.
Right. There's also the case to be made of, like, I don't know, federal authorities were here to execute an entirely legal warrant to arrest this guy. Dr. Ken Harris, former Milwaukee police lieutenant, joins us regularly. He's a host of the afternoon show on 101.7 The Truth. Said, people get arrested at the courthouse all the time. ICE, local, whatever.
Because we had asked about that, whether or not if you have ICE agents on hand, if that would prevent suspects or defendants from coming to court for fear of being arrested. And his point was, well, it's happened before that ICE agents have been here and done, have taken other people into custody.
So the administration side or the government side is not the only one that's exploiting various messages for political purposes. Like we've heard, what was it, 3, 4 maybe recent ICE arrests at the Milwaukee County Courthouse, something that happens all the time, but only now is it a big deal. And so both sides are playing the political game here.
Right, of course.
See if anybody steps up to the mic today outside the county courthouse. On Wisconsin Avenue, 821 on Wisconsin's Morning News. Sorry, federal courthouse, that's what I meant.
Yes.
It's over to Adam Roberts, who's watching the traffic, because we got Debbie out at American Family Field. We'll hear from her again coming up.
All right, Vince. Well, it is still a pretty thick morning as far as fog goes, and that has not been helping what's already a pretty rough time to get out on the freeway. Right now, 4145 north between Appleton and Watertown Plank Road. It's been slow all morning, and that remains the case now. Going to be plenty of volume through that stretch due to construction. 43 north from the Marquette all the way up to Capitol Drive is slow, and then from about, looks like right now, Hampton down to about Keefe is going to be slow on 43 south, then just a touch slow as you head through the stadium on 94 east from about Holly Road over to 27. I'm Adam Roberts with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Welcome back to Ask Hassleus. I'm Weston. What's your question?
Yeah, when you say your Hassleus mattress showrooms are employee-free, you don't really mean it, right?
Of course we mean it. No employees. Give the mattresses a try with no pushy sales guy.
Why no employees?
To save you money.
How much money?
Well, others sell a Beauty Sleep by Beauty Rest Elm Cove B Queen for $16.59, but the everyday Hassleus price is just $8.42.
Whoa, Nelly.
We also have way low pricing on our selection of Sealy Posturepedic and more.
Well, that's pretty good.
And through Monday, purchase a select Beauty Rest or Sealy Posturepedic mattress in any size and receive a free adjustable base.
That's exceptionally good.
Plus, free next day delivery, removal and setup of your new mattress, and free financing is available too.
All because your showrooms are employee-free?
Yes, sir.
I like the way you do business.
Get a free adjustable base now through Monday at Hassleus Mattress. Open 9 to 9. Get all the details and find the self-service employee-free showroom near you at hassleus.com.
Lazaga here for the Brewers Community Foundation Pet Supplies Drive benefiting Wisconsin Humane Society. We are teaming up again with them to try and help out. We are at the Cooper parking lot right outside Healthfare Field in the shadow of the beautiful American Family Field doing collections. It's the drive-through drive. Right out here, and we are collecting pet supplies, pet treats, pet food, anything that you think of that pets could need. We are collecting it for the Wisconsin Humane Society, and if you don't have time to head over to pick anything up at the store, you can come on by anyway and do a monetary donation. Anyone who donates at least $10 or any pet supplies, you'll receive a collectible Trevor McGill pin, and the first 200 fans who donate in person will also receive receive 2 free ticket vouchers for the 2025 season here of your Milwaukee Brewers. So make sure you come by today. If you want some more information on what they're looking for, you can text the Siding Unlimited talk and text line at 866-616-1620. You can text the word PET, P-E-T, and you'll get all the information you need about this pet drive. And don't forget, they're going to be collecting stuff all the way through the weekend home stand. So I'm here at American Family Field collecting pet supplies for the Brewers Community Foundation. Debbie Lazaga here for WTMJ.
At Big Fish Contracting, we want every home project to be a good story worth sharing. That's why we as a team aim to exceed your expectations. We can improve any aspect of your home. Everything from a complex remodel to the essential roof, gutters, siding, and windows. Integrity, humility, and kindness are why we've grown in southeastern Wisconsin for the last 2 decades. Visit bigfishcontracting.com to learn how Big Fish is renovating homes and redeeming an industry.
When you breathe well, you live better. Find out more at adventknows.com.
On Thursdays here on Wisconsin's Morning News, we like to do something that is for the every guy, for the every woman, right? The everyday hero. So we identify an everyday hero as the average John or Jane Doe who had no idea when they got up one morning that they'd be saving a life. And today's a little unique. Today's bending the rules a little bit, but I think you'll understand why. Because all it takes is one moment to save someone else, right? And in this case, 3 people. And what makes this so unique is that usually when you hear about a donor, especially a heart transplant donor, the actual donor isn't around. In this case, she is. Meet 11-year-old Hend Elmasafri. Hend was born with a weak heart muscles. She was born with genetic cardiomyopathy.
Hend came to us so sick that her heart couldn't pump enough blood to all of her other organs, and she needed heart transplant.
One of the doctors there, courtesy of New York Presbyterian speaking. Hend has a weak heart, but so does 3-year-old Teddy Carter and 2-year-old John Cardo-Liato.
At about 2 months old, we found out that Teddy had an aortic stenosis, causing the blood to not pump through his heart the way it should be.
John has truncus arteriosus. He has 1 outflow valve from his heart instead of 2.
Okay, so there are the moms there describing the health issues these little boys struggle with. So these little boys some have gotten fixes already. They've had multiple surgeries. They're only 2 and 3 years old. The ones valves have to be replaced all the time because the valve can't grow with the heart that's growing. They have these fake valves, if you will, that are in there. So these boys don't know each other. They don't know Hend, but they're all 3 strangers at New York Presbyterian, but they're forever linked now because of a donor heart that became available. Doctors transplanted that donor heart into Hend, the 11-year-old girl I told you about.
Even though Hend's heart was weak, her valves still worked very well. And they were a good size to donate to both John and Teddy.
Yeah, so groundbreaking procedures. So she got a new heart, but since portions
She got the new heart in its entirety, right?
But because portions of her heart could still be used, doctor said, well, okay, why don't we use the portions that are good that we're getting rid of and give them to these other 2 little boys. So now all 3 are living well.
We can't thank her and her family enough.
Yeah, and she's such a lovely, lovely girl. I mean, she's just amazing.
So these families are able to actually thank Hend, this 11-year-old girl, in person because her heart is now being used to help other hearts. Great story by the hospital that they have here. You can see the video. It's actually really well done by New York Presbyterian. Just text the word hero to the Siding Unlimited WTMJ Talk and Text line 855-616-1620. Here's my favorite. All kids have met, of course, and that's always awesome when you see these kids meeting for the first time. They're friendly to each other now, and they asked Hend to describe how it feels to know that her old heart is helping others.
I feel amazing to see them healthy and good.
Yeah, well, you are amazing, Hend. You are an everyday hero. So are the doctors who came up with this innovative procedure. So's the donor of the one heart that started this all. One heart saving 3 lives. Everyday Hero is sponsored by Azura Memory Care and Assisted Living, transforming the culture of care.
Hey, it's
It's Jason Wilde for Excel Custom Decks. I'm the football guy, definitely not the outdoor home projects guy. So when it comes to things like deck building, Excel Custom Decks is the true go-to expert. Family owned and operated, Excel Custom Decks uses the finest materials and products and combines that with superior craftsmanship. If you want your outdoor area to shine this summer, contact Excel Custom Decks now. Whatever you dream up for that perfect deck, pergola, or outdoor kitchen, Rob and his family can build it. Excel Custom Decks, decking excellence by design. Visit excelcustomdecks.com today.
Frondelmax Vextolando.
Ben?
Nargolento Zipidorium.
Ben!
Yes, Nicole?
Do I have to ask?
Why am I wearing a wizard's cape?
Yes.
Because of the Brooklyn Cabinet.
The Brooklyn Cabinet?
Have you heard of it?
Of course. It's the most configurable piece in Penny Mustard's history.
Configurabulus Maximus.
But what's with the wizard getup?
The Brooklyn Cabinet looks like something you'd see in the hallowed halls of a faraway magical campus.
That curved top is pretty enchanting.
And with all the configurable options, you get to work your personal magic.
Cabinenta Implortum.
Wait, what are you waving?
My magic wand, Arvid.
That's a beef stick.
Hey, even wizards get hungry.
Right.
Snackius Summinoso.
Come see the bewitching Brooklyn Cabinet. American-made with locally sourced lumber and built to last for generations. Starting at $43.78 at Penny Mustard.
Showrooms in Milwaukee and Chicago.
PennyMustard.com.
Penny Mustard Furnishing.
Spas. The Swim Spa Hot Tub and Sauna Show is this weekend only inside the Exposition Center at Wisconsin State Fair Park. Millions of inventory must be sold. Prices are slashed up to 60% off retail, so save thousands. Save big on new hot tubs, spas, and saunas, also cold tubs. Plus, see the Michael Phelps Signature Swim Spas by Master Spas.
Hi, I'm Michael Phelps. Join the swimming revolution.
The Swim Spa Hot Tub and Sauna Show this weekend only inside the Exposition Center at Wisconsin State Fair Park. Visit 1-800-SPASale.com.
After a serious accident, you'll need a winning team to protect your rights. Trust Wisconsin's own Ruger's offices. Proud partner of your Milwaukee Brewers. One call, that's all.
With over 57 years of experience, family-owned Yutka Fence installs high-quality fencing with residential options, including vinyl, wood, aluminum, chain link, and ornamental fences. Committed to craftsmanship and customer service, Yutka Fence doesn't just build fences, they build relationships based on care, trust, precision, and protecting what matters most. Mention you're a WTMJ fan for 10% off your project. Schedule your free estimate today at yutkafence.com or call 262-859-3226.
8:31, I'm Vince Vitrano on Wisconsin's Morning News. Thursday, May 15th, our top story, timing out the storms headed our way.
I'm Erik Bilstad, protesting outside the federal courthouse.
I'm Adam Roberts. Heavy volumes still on 4145 North between Watertown Plank Road and Appleton Avenue in both directions due to the construction going on. Also 43 North from downtown up to Capitol Drive and south from Silver Spring down to Keefe is going to be slow as well. As far as incidents, we've been largely free throughout the morning. Right now, we've just got a broken down vehicle on the exit to Beloit Road from 894 South. I'm Adam Roberts with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Storm team forecast for today. After the fog lifts, we'll be on our way to a high of 75 at the lake, 86 inland, with severe weather possible this afternoon and evening. Right now at 52, and from the WTMJ Breaking News Center, this weather day could include severe storms. WTMJ meteorologist Craig Copleen joining us on Wisconsin's Morning News.
The window for the Milwaukee area and, well, all of southeastern Wisconsin for severe storms is between 5 and 8 p.m. These will be fairly fast-moving storms, so they'll come and go pretty quickly. The storms will be closer to the early end of that time frame, the 5 p.m.-ish for our western counties, and then they'll be closer to the 7-8 o'clock hour in the Lakeshore County.
Big hail could be a part of these storms that may also produce tornadoes, according to Copleen.
Right now in downtown Milwaukee, crowds are gathering outside the federal courthouse on Wisconsin Avenue, protesting charges against and for Milwaukee County Court Circuit Judge Hannah Dugan. She's accused of federal obstruction after ICE agents tried to arrest an undocumented man from her Milwaukee County courtroom last month. Now, she's expected to appear in court later this morning. That's why the crowds are gathering. CBS's Scott McFarland's outside the courthouse. He tells Wisconsin's Morning News.
There's a bigger issue here than just Judge Dugan. It's really a separation of powers issue, isn't it? Where you have the executive branch, the Department of Justice, and the FBI taking action against a member of the judiciary. And you see that in Judge Dugan's filing last night asking to dismiss the case. She's making the argument that there is a judicial immunity. What she does in her courtroom is outside the sphere of the executive branch, and that this case shouldn't just be knocked down because of judicial immunity. It shouldn't have been brought in the first place.
Dugan is expected to plead not guilty.
Outside that courthouse,
the recent actions by ICE in the Milwaukee and Ozaki courts are denying immigrants and their families access to justice in the courts. ICE should not be in or around our courtrooms. Not in Wisconsin.
Crowds are protesting against the action surrounding what happened in and around Judge Dugan's court back in April. Federal prosecutors, as Erik indicated, accusing Dugan of directing agents away from Eduardo Flores Luis, who's undocumented, when they tried to arrest him. Flores Luis faces misdemeanor battery charges in state court as well as federal charges.
Conversation taking place right here in southeast Wisconsin, discussing the future of water usage with the Great Lakes and St. Lawrence Cities Initiative.
Sheboygan Mayor Ryan Sorensen helps lead the initiative to look for solutions as more lake communities are becoming climate refuge hubs.
Reservoirs are drying up. We have 20% of the world's fresh water right here on our back doorstep. And that's vitally important to make sure that we can preserve life, have strong quality of living right here in the Midwest.
President and CEO of the initiative, Jonathan Altenberg, tells WTMJ,
we all have a responsibility to conserve water, not waste water. Yes, we can look out our windows in the Great Lakes and say, look at all the water we have. It's never going to run out. It's not true.
Sean Brenda, WTMJ News.
Time for news about your money. WTMJ Annex Wealth Management Market Update. About 5 minutes off the opening bell. Dow Jones Industrial Average is falling, down almost 0.5% to 41,880. S&P 500 is down 15 points to 58.76. And the NASDAQ is down as well, nearly 0.5% to 19,059. Financial planning at every level. Annex Comprehensive Wealth, Annex Private Client, Annex Ignite. Details at annexwealth.com.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 8:36.
Traffic sponsored by the shower remodel experts at Kohler Services, WI.com.
Upgrade to a beautiful Kohler Luxstone shower in as little as a day or two with the shower remodel experts at Kohler Services. Visit KohlerServicesWI.com today.
Coming up, a whole lot of hype for a whole lot of nothing.
Do you know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day? At Milwaukee Weight Loss, we know the secret. Our doctor-developed, easy-to-follow weight loss program helps you lose weight fast, naturally and safely, and with no drugs or injections with risk of serious side effects, no prepackaged meals, bars, shakes, and no exercising required. Our program helps reset your metabolism so you can keep the weight off for good with a coach for ongoing support. Our program costs up to half as much and works up to twice as fast as most other programs. Go to MilwaukeeWeightLoss.com to schedule your free consultation.
Hey, it's Steve Scafidi. I've been on this weight loss journey for about 10 weeks now, currently in the maintenance phase. Hit my goal, 35 pounds. Reached my weight loss goal easy, fast, safely. And I'm going to continue working with a wonderful team at Milwaukee Weight Loss.
Many patients lose 20 to 30 pounds in about a month or two. That's up to a pound per day. Schedule your free consultation by calling 262-449-1180 or online at MilwaukeeWeightLoss.com. That's MilwaukeeWeightLoss.com. Results may vary.
Hey, John Mercure here for Azura Memory Care and Assisted Living. Their mission is to transform the culture of care, and they do it every day with compassion and with empathy. They've got locations throughout southeast Wisconsin. I've been to the locations. I love how they treat the people who live there. They specialize in caring for those with early to late-stage Alzheimer's or other related dementia symptoms. They offer early memory loss classes. Wisconsin-based and family-owned. Kindness at the core. It's Azura Living. Check them out at AzuraLiving.com. It's Azura.
You know something big must be coming when you see Tom Cruise popping up more and more. He's popping up in the timeline. He's popping up at different functions. He's dazzling on the French Riviera.
I need you to trust me one last time.
All eyes were on Tom Cruise at the Cannes Film Festival. He got a Hollywood hero's welcome and a serenade by a 40-piece orchestra. His mission to pump up passions for the 8th and final film in the Impossible series, Final Reckoning. The 2-hour and 49-minute movie got a 5-minute standing ovation. Just released reviews call it some of the most jaw-dropping action you'll ever witness, including 62-year-old Cruz surviving a 3-minute knife fight on a submarine in skimpy boxer briefs. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
Boxer briefs. Very well noted.
All right.
Okay.
Now, let me just couch what I'm about to say. You know me better than anyone on this. I am a fan of the Tom Cruise movies, right? I am proud of the fact that he is trying to make movies amazing again. But I come with bad news.
You do? That sounded great. A glowing review. What about the boxers?
Some of the other reviews.
Not so good.
Discussing films, Andrew Salazar writes, didn't really enjoy the movie. Stunning visuals bogged down by an overtly complex script that introduces so much that goes nowhere.
Uh-oh.
James Preston Poole, also from Discussing Film, says, sadly it gets bogged down in so much nostalgia and needless retcons that it reflects the worst of the franchise. And David Ehrlich of IndieWire writes perhaps the worst of it. He says it's dull and dysfunctional. He says, as someone so supportive of Tom Cruise's crusade to save the movies, this was a massive heartbreaker. Oh, that hurts to
Otherwise,
the core.
how did you like the film, fellas?
That hurts so much. How did you let this one seep through the cracks and squeeze? Did you squeeze so tight that it seeped through your fingers and turned into crud?
So sometimes with these, like, the plot gets, like, you love a good twist, you love a good, never saw that coming, right? But, like, sometimes they get so far into the weeds that I'm just confused.
Right. Like, and then you're just looking to the next action part. Now, it sounds like the action is amazing. Like, the action parts of this movie are incredible. I mean, he's flying off of planes and, I guess, in skimpy boxers or whatever. I mean,
no, that was the knife fight.
But if you put so much attention toward that to make it such a, extravaganza, sounds like the rest of the movie comes out in a couple of weeks.
Do you have to have seen 1 through 8?
No.
Before, is this the 9th? Is that what?
It's 7 or 8.
Seems like a lot.
Yeah.
All
My
right.
kid, she loves them. She loves these movies.
All right, cool.
She doesn't really care about Tom Cruise. She just loves all the action.
Yeah,
and all
a lot
that
of stuff blowing up.
So we'll go see it.
A lot of people get shot in the face in this one, or
I don't know. You're hanging from planes.
don't you usually?
And falling from the sky, all that stuff.
Well, that is disappointing on the front end of the summer blockbuster season. It'll still do well, though, right?
I am sure it'll do just fine.
Everybody's going to be okay. 8:41, we've got Brewers Senior Vice President and General Manager Matt Arnold live with us on Brewers 360 next. Checking in first on the roads, Adam Roberts has been watching the cars for Debbie today.
All right, Vince, still a little heavy in 2 trouble spots, which we typically see throughout this time of the day due to construction on 41. Looks like we've got backup still. Now, they are lightening up slightly as you are around Highway 100 and then head north towards Appleton. Actually, I'd say it's Silver Spring. After that point, things start to clear out on 41 North. 41 South, meanwhile, Appleton Avenue to about Burleigh, now going to be a little slow. Also 43 North, slow from the downtown area all the way up to Capitol Drive, and then just a touch on the brakes from Capitol down to about Locust. I'm Adam Roberts with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
If you're trying to get through your daily activities and you're noticing you can't because you're focusing more on your pain than being able to enjoy the moment, those are the patients that we're looking to treat because we can make a difference.
That's Dr. Ashley Caravelli, Milwaukee's medical director for QC Kinetics.
What we're doing at QC Kinetics is offering treatments that help with joint preservation. We use cutting-edge technology in our in-house lab to harness your body's natural healing powers and target the areas where you need them the most.
These are regenerative, non-surgical treatments, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader, delivering lasting relief to tens of thousands of patients.
What we do know is that the sooner we start treatment, the sooner you'll see relief.
So don't wait another minute. See if you're a good candidate for these non-surgical treatments for joint pain. The consultation is completely free.
Weekend appointments available. Call now. 414-285-3474. That's 414-285-3474. 414-285-3474.
Summer's getting closer, and Brewers action at American Family Field is only heating up. Don't miss a Midwestern throwdown between the Brewers and the Twins, May 16th through the 18th. Get a Jedi Jack Centurio Star Wars night bauble with a special theme night ticket on the 16th. Then get here early for an exclusive Brewers cribbage board giveaway for the first 25,000 fans on the 17th. Presented by 620 WTMJ. Get tickets at brewers.com.
I'm here to help. This is your WTMJ Fix-It Show host, David Nason, with expert advice for our listeners. If you're dealing with leaks, stains, or cracks in your basement, it's time to call my trusted friends at Accurate Basement Repair. And you know what? You'll get a free expert evaluation on me. You just tell them David Nason, the Fix-It guy, told me to call. Don't let basement issues mess up your home. Trust Accurate Basement Repair to get the job done right. And again, that's Accurate Basement Repair, 414-744-6900 or AccurateBasementRepair.com.
Brewers GM and Senior Vice President Matt Arnold.
This question of who would win in a fight, 100 men or a gorilla?
This is Brewers 360.
When we were actually talking about something similar this spring with our entire research and development team against William Contreras, when I would feel really bad for some of our guys in the office, to be honest.
8:44 on Wisconsin's Morning News. Brewers 360 is sponsored by Outdoor Living Unlimited and Big Fish Contracting. Joining us now, the Brewers Senior Vice President and General Manager, Matt Arnold. Hey, Matt.
Hey, guys. Good morning.
Looking forward to Star Wars night. We'll chat about that here in a moment. That's tomorrow as the Brewers come back home and open the homestand, which begins with the Twins. But first, nice to get a win and nice to see the bats. What did I say, Erik? Did I say 14 runs we were going to score?
Yeah, you predicted a big score.
We didn't quite get 14, but nice to see the bats come alive.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, obviously a little bit of a rough patch there offensively, but yeah, getting out there and Murph had another team meeting and talked to the guys and really opened it up to the group. And I think that's important to have that kind of dialogue with the team and just these guys believe in each other. I think that was the number one takeaway is just that this team is continuing to battle. And they responded. I mean, they put up 9 runs yesterday, and that was really exciting to see.
All right, Matt, so Logan Henderson looking good again, coming back to pitch yesterday. He was asked after the game if he thinks he might stick around this time.
I think this one might be a little bit longer now.
I have no idea. It's not up to me. I'm not sure.
He says it's not up to him, so he doesn't know if he's going to stick around. Well, it is up to you. So is Logan here to stay? What do you think?
Yeah, look, I think we have a lot of things to talk about, but he's certainly putting himself in a great position. I think it's likely that he's going to make another start for us. And look, we have a lot of good arms that are starting to come back, and we've had to make some tough decisions over the last couple of days with Tobias, and then obviously him coming back because of the injury due to Quintana. So there are a lot of moving parts involved here, but certainly nothing but great stuff to say about Logan Henderson. He did a tremendous job yesterday. He did a wonderful job against the Oakland lineup a couple weeks ago, and he's definitely gotten our attention.
So you have Aaron Savale, who pitched yesterday, DL Hall, and you have Aaron Ashby. So of those three, they're all rehabbing at the same time. Who's most likely to come back first?
Yeah, and then, Brandon Woodruff in that mix as well. And so it depends on a lot of different factors here for all these guys, obviously how they respond. It's day-to-day, honestly, with their treatment, probably case by case for each of those guys. But they're all progressing incredibly well, in different ways. And I would say Ashby probably at the front of that, most likely. But again, so many moving parts relative to how they're responding to all their treatments.
Would you explain, too, Matt, going back to like a guy like Logan Henderson? I think if you're just a casual fan, you look and say, I don't know, the guy won twice. He's really throwing well. Matt Arnold says he's really impressed. Like, why would you ever send that? Why isn't he just here to stay? Like, can you take us through some of the other nuances of why you send a young guy back down to either get more work or
rhythm? Or
or as you indicated, because there are other factors within the roster and how guys have to come back up.
Yeah, I think that's right. I mean, there are probably a million different factors, like you said. It's a combination of probably just continuing that development, and then obviously making sure that we have the number of arms that we need every single day. Because obviously, if a guy like Logan makes a start yesterday, he's not going to be available for the next couple of days, and so reading what that looks like for the rest of the staff, because now with the pitcher limits of 13, you have to have a number of bodies that can post every day, and so. unfortunately, that sometimes costs guys an option because you have to have the number of bodies required to play the next day and the day after that and the day after that. And so obviously Logan has done a great job. He's put himself in a position to continue to contribute to our group. But again, it's about the team. It's not just about one individual here.
You kind of have a hard job, Matt. There's like a lot of stuff that goes on. It's like a lot of stuff to think about.
I love it. I couldn't be more thankful. I really do. I know there's a lot that goes into it, but I really do love it, and especially all the people that I work with.
I can't remember if we talked this time last year. I'm sure we brought it up, but I can't remember what you said. Are you into Star Wars? Because it's Star Wars night on Friday. Like, are you or are your kids super excited about this?
I like Star
Okay,
Wars.
so that's a no, right? If you start the question, the answer of like, are you into Star Wars, and it starts with that's you could say no, man. That's cool.
No. I'm not a
You're
Star
more
Wars
into
junkie,
Yacht Rock Night or whenever that comes.
No. I'm pro yacht. Maybe not
I'm
yacht
a favorite
rock,
yachts.
But no, I'm not a Star Wars junkie. But I would probably have Star Wars over Star Trek if that
Okay,
if that helps.
that helps you.
It's fair enough. Yeah, I think that's probably we all agree on that, right?
Yes. Not to the creative team though. If you haven't been to one of these theme nights, whether it's Star Wars or they do the Harry Potter or some of these other things, you have this whole team of people. I'm always fascinated by this, Matt, when I have a chance to meet the folks who like plan out, how each and every game goes. And I've told folks, like, there is the baseball and that's going to be what it's going to be. But if you're at the ballpark, it's a show. And only part of the show is what happens on the field. The rest of it is deliberate and planned by this team of people who map out everything that happens in that in-between pitches.
Yeah, you're exactly right. I mean, there's so many people behind the scenes that are organizing every single thing. When you think about every little ingredient, whether it's on the scoreboard or in between innings or just walking around the ballpark with just making sure it's functional and safe. And I mean, just so many different departments in our group that do a wonderful job with all the preparations, not just on the baseball side, but on the business side as well.
Well, we'll see you out there on Saturday. WTMJ Day is Saturday. And get the old cribbage board handed out and.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice. That'll be fun. That'll be fun. Yeah, I'm not a big cribbage guy. I'll take I'm more of a Star Wars guy than a cribbage guy at this point. But I'm open to learning.
Mike, you got to get your mic there on there, Vincey. There you go.
Senior Vice President and General Manager Matt Arnold with us live this morning. Thank you, Matt.
Thank you, bud.
Yeah, appreciate you guys. Thank you.
One more time before 9 o'clock on the roads. Adam.
Hurt my heart a little bit when he said he wasn't really a cribbage guy. Anyway, moving past it, road volume still a little heavy on 4145 between Appleton and Burleigh mostly. It's lightening up on the south end of things, but as you work through the construction, be mindful things will be a bit tight through that stretch. Also, 43 north from Fond du Lac up to Capitol Drive, going to be a little bit slow as well. Other than that, though, general volume is starting to lighten up a bit, but be mindful that fog is still plenty thick, especially along our lakefront communities. So anywhere really on 43 north and south, and then 94 south of Milwaukee, going to be a bit tight with the fog. Headlights on, give yourself extra space. I'm Adam Roberts with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Spring is in the air, the perfect time to kickstart those home improvement dreams. Hi, Gene Miller here for my friends at Hometown Windows and Doors. They're your local experts in stylish, energy-efficient upgrades. Boost your curb appeal and add real value with top brands like Pella, Anderson, Marvin, and more. All customized to fit your home and your style. Wood, vinyl, or fiberglass, they've got it all. And their newly remodeled New Berlin showroom is the place to start. That's Hometown with an E for your every window and door need. Visit hometownwindows.com today.
Hey, everybody. Debbie Lozica here for 620 WTMJ. I'm here for the Brewers Community Foundation. We're teaming up with them to get some pet supplies for the Pet Supply Drive for the Wisconsin Humane Society. We are here at the Cooper parking lot right near Hellfair Field in the shadow of the beautiful American Family Field. Sun's coming out. We're liking this. Starting to burn off some of this fog. We're going to be here until 12 today, picking up and collecting donations for folks. It is super easy. You just drive through and hand the stuff out through your window, and then you get an awesome deal. You get, if you donate some pet supplies or $10, you can receive a collectible Trevor McGill pin. The first 200 fans who donate in person will also get 2 free ticket vouchers for the 2025 season and Racine Sausages water bottle. And some of the dogs can get a bandana. My little buddy here, Hamilton, my dog, actually is wearing one of the beautiful Brewers Community Foundation bandanas. So, hey, if you are looking to help anybody out, this is the best thing to do. And it's super easy. I mean, I see all these cars driving by, and they can pull off, and they can come in and drop off, and then be on their merry way. By the way, you can drop off your donations throughout the entire weekend homestand. So make sure you do that throughout the weekend. I'm going to be here for a while yet, so come on by and say hi. Say hi to Hammy. It's the Brewers Community Foundation Pet Supplies Drive for the Wisconsin Humane Society. I'm Debbie Loziga for 620 WTMJ.
It started with a prediction.
We'll go out there and play basketball and win.
And how many games?
6.
It became the culture.
Chance of Bucks in 6.
Being a Bucks fan means you live and breathe Bucks in 6. Brandon Jennings created the prophecy. Tune into Behind the Bucks, the story of Brandon Jennings on the Bucks Plus audio network. Behind the Bucks is presented by Gallagher, your trusted insurance broker and HR and benefits consultant. Available now on bucks.com/plus, the Bucks app, and streaming wherever you get your podcasts.
That's for the culture.
WTMJ, W277CV, and WKTI HD2 Milwaukee from the Annex Wealth Management Studios. This is News Radio WTMJ, a Good Karma brand station.
Coming up on 8:55 here on Wisconsin's Morning News. Still an hour to go here and lots to get to in our next hour. I want to get you the latest on the timing of the potential severe weather this afternoon. So right now, what we're dealing with is,
Bad news. The fog is getting thicker.
And Leon's getting larger.
Come on, that's getting funnier.
I like how you need affirmation from me.
I need it from you. I need you to think that was hilarious.
I like Airplane. It's a funny movie, yes.
Dense fog advisory goes
from Airplane, right?
for about another hour, but really...
Happening today on Wisconsin's Morning News.
More important stuff would be the potential for severe weather coming in later today. So on what we could get, WTMJ meteorologist Craig Copeland told us large hail. He said we could see some spots that get hail bigger than golf balls. Golf ball size hail is when you really start to pay attention,
That's
right?
Plenty big.
And when you're going to go bigger than that, he said not everybody would get that, but there could be these isolated spots along what appears to be a line of storms that will impact us. Also, straight line winds from the thunderstorms, also the possibility of a few tornadoes. When's it going to come?
Yeah, so it looks like this. So all signs point to a big-time major storm system moving in to the Midwest through the day today. All signs point to conditions being right for this system to produce severe thunderstorms late this afternoon and into this evening. I think they'll initiate mid-afternoon along a front that's going to be running. Picture how I-94 runs through western Wisconsin. So from Eau Claire to Toma and Mauston to the Dells, Madison, and then even farther south into northern Illinois. That's where the storms will initiate, and then they'll move to the east and head into eastern Wisconsin and eventually the Milwaukee area. The window for the Milwaukee area and, well, all of southeastern Wisconsin for severe storms is between 5 and 8 p.m. These will be fairly fast-moving storms, so they'll come and go pretty quickly. The storms will be closer to the early end of that time frame, the 5 p.m.-ish, for our western counties, as you'd expect and as is typical, Dodge, Jefferson County, and so on. And then they'll be closer to the 7-8 o'clock hour in the Lakeshore counties, Milwaukee County, Ozaukee County.
So a couple of pieces of good news with this. One is that it happens when we're awake. Right, so if we do have dangerous weather like tornadoes, you hate for that to be overnight when folks are asleep and might not hear their alarms or whatever else.
Right.
So we know this is coming. We've got a really good window there of when to be paying attention in the event that you would need to take shelter from severe storms. Kind of on the bad news is when you get one of these lines that just whips through pretty quickly. Craig said in some spots, if you get that heavy rain, could be up to an inch of rain, which is great. We totally need the rain. However, it's not really a big rain maker for the most part. Right. And you have parts of our state that are very dry. Central Wisconsin, Juneau County had the wildfires earlier this week. Yep. Northeastern Minnesota, which is going to be on the front end of this, at least from our perspective. they could desperately use the rain as they have wildfires still raging there this week. So not a huge rainmaker for the most part, but a lot to be concerned about as we get later into today. And again, for another hour.
Bad news. Fog is getting thicker.
Leon's getting larger.
And that's getting funnier. 8:58 on Wisconsin's Morning News.
These are your business headlines from the Milwaukee Business Journal.
Harley-Davidson CEO Jochen Zeitz has been re-elected to the company's board, narrowly surviving a shareholders' campaign to oust him from the role. Kohl's is moving quickly on its search for a new CEO. In the meantime, interim CEO Michael Bender told shareholders that he'll focus on maintaining accountability and leading with transparency. Speaking of Kohl's, the department store chain is refinancing millions of dollars in debt that's coming due this year. The company is having to put up its distribution centers as collateral for the loans, a move that signals a decrease in its lenders' appetite for risk. I'm Timothy Gibbons for MilwaukeeBusinessJournal.com on 620 WTMJ.
Catch the Wisconsin's Morning News podcast on WTMJ.com.
Hi, I'm Tony Drake from Drake & Associates. One of the biggest questions retirees face is, when should I take Social Security? Should you claim it earlier for a smaller check or wait for a bigger payout? The wrong move could cost you thousands over the course of your retirement. And here's something most people don't realize. Social Security is only one piece of your income puzzle. If you don't coordinate it with your other retirement assets, you could pay more in taxes or even reduce your benefits without meaning to. At Drake & Associates, we help hardworking Americans like you make sense of their Social Security options so you can keep more of what you've earned. This isn't just about picking an age. It's about having a strategy so your retirement income lasts. That's why I want to send you a free retirement toolkit along with a copy of my book, Get Retirement Ready. Inside, you'll find easy-to-understand strategies to help you maximize Social Security, lower taxes, and build a reliable income plan. Text SS to 414-897-9522 to claim your free copies while supplies last. If you're unsure about your Social Security options, don't wait. This is your chance to get clarity and confidence about your retirement income. Text SS to 414-897-9522. Secure your future today. Text SS to 414-897-9522. Drake & Associates, helping you retire with confidence.
Drake & Associates LLC is an independent investment advisory firm that offers a variety of different investment vehicles. This commercial is provided for informational purposes only and should not be construed as individual investment advice. Drake & Associates LLC does not provide legal or tax advice. Past performance is not indicative of future performance.
Trusted, relevant, locally owned, locally programmed. We are Wisconsin's radio station. News Radio 620, WTMJ Milwaukee.
At 9:01, I'm Vince Vitrano on Wisconsin's Morning News. Thursday, May 15th, our top story. Protests continue outside the federal courthouse.
I'm Erik Bilstad. High winds, hail, and tornadoes could happen tonight.
Storm team forecast, this dense fog advisory runs until 10 o'clock this morning. When that fog burns off, we start to heat up. High of 86 degrees, about 10 degrees cooler near Lake Michigan. Chance for severe storms then this evening. Some of those could be, again, severe up and down southeast Wisconsin, and the timing on that just after 5 o'clock tonight for most of us in the Milwaukee area. Right now at 56. And from the WTMJ Breaking News Center, happening right now outside the federal courthouse, protesters are there gathered ahead of Judge Hannah Dugan's arraignment.
We are here today to support not just Judge Hannah, but to support democracy. The eyes of the country and the world are watching very closely this case.
Judge Dugan indicted Tuesday, accused of obstructing government agencies seeking to detain an undocumented immigrant. Her attorneys filed a motion to dismiss the case on Wednesday, claiming that the case is unconstitutional, violates her judicial immunity. There are folks there in support of the prosecution's case as well. Dugan expected to plead not guilty.
Again, this is happening inside the Milwaukee Federal Courthouse. That means no phones, no TV cameras inside the courtroom. CBS's Scott McFarland is there. He tells WTMJ's Wisconsin's Morning News how information will be relayed.
Any information about what happens at this arraignment will be relayed outside, either in minutes or moments after it happens, to somebody who can communicate it from outside the courthouse itself.
Again, the case and the hearing expected this morning.
Severe weather, as I indicated, expected across southeast Wisconsin today, sometime reaching the area between 5 and 8 p.m. WTMJ meteorologist Craig Coplina on Wisconsin's Morning News.
It does look like the setup in the atmosphere is going to be favorable for the development of a few tornadoes with this storm system as it moves in this evening. And even if there aren't tornadoes, damaging thunderstorm winds are going to be probable with the strongest of these storms, and very large hail. There's a possibility of hail larger than golf balls.
Unsuccessful protests at Shorewood High School.
The Shorewood School Board voted unanimously to cut one full-time staff position and reduce 3 others to part-time, despite a student walkout last week and 2 hours of public comment at Tuesday's board meeting.
If this is the cut that's happening now, that's why it's so terrifying later, because we don't know how bad they're going to be.
Board Clerk Abby Fowler.
We were very clear that we still had cuts to make, despite passing the referendum.
Jessica Gatso, WTMJ News.
Also happening now, the U.S. Supreme Court beginning to hear oral arguments as to whether President Trump's executive order on birthright citizenship can take effect, even as it's being challenged in federal court. Now, the president's order seeks to prevent issuing passports and Social Security numbers to children born here if their parents are not here legally. ABC's Stephen Portnoy in Washington.
The Trump administration is asking the high court to set aside injunctions issued by lower court judges in Maryland, Massachusetts, and Washington state. The administration says those judges have overstepped in blocking the president's executive order nationwide. But opponents say if the administration wins here and the executive order takes effect nationally, thousands of children born in the U.S. could face deportation or be rendered stateless.
Administrations like the Biden administration before it complains judges are overreaching by issuing nationwide injunctions that apply to everyone instead of just the parties before the court.
News about your money. The WTMJ Annex Wealth Management Market Update. Right now, taking a look at the numbers. Everything in the red. The Dow starting the day down 82. The Nasdaq down 110. The S&P down 10.
Financial planning at every level. Annex Comprehensive Wealth, Annex Private Client, Annex Ignite. Details at annexwealth.com. Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time 9:05.
Kick off your summer right with big seasonal savings at Fleet Farm. Kingsford 16-pound 2-packs of charcoal briquettes are just $17.99. Suffolk's braided fishing line is only $7.99 a spool. And get a free $25 gift card with every $100 you spend on select Columbia apparel and footwear. For more of the hottest summer specials at the best prices guaranteed, stop by your local Fleet Farm or check out our weekly ad at fleetfarm.com.
Hey, WTMJ's John Mercure here for CertaPro Painters for your home or your business. They came out, did the exterior of our house. The team walked around the entire house with me, pointed out a couple spots that I needed some extra work done. I didn't even realize it. The team's at CertaPro. They've got your back. Call and ask about their spring sales event going on now through May 15th. It's CertaPro Painters, the best in the business. Schedule your free estimate at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. It's CertaPro Painters. Took care of me, they'll take care of you. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated.
Spas. The Swim Spa Hot Tub and Sauna Show is this weekend only inside the Exposition Center at Wisconsin State Fair Park. Millions of inventory must be sold. Prices are slashed up to 60% off retail, so save thousands. Save big on new hot tubs, spas, and saunas, also cold tubs. Plus, see the Michael Phelps Signature Swim Spas by Master Spas.
Hi, I'm Michael Phelps. Join the swimming revolution.
The Swim Spa Hot Tub and Sauna Show this weekend only inside the Exposition Center at Wisconsin State Fair Park. Visit 1-800-SPASale.com.
I'm WTMJ's Sandy Max. What makes senior living at Three Pillars so special? Let's hear from my friend Marilyn.
I've been volunteering for over 30 years, so I got to know the community and loved it. We have a theater, community room, and we have bocce outside. They have gardens all over the campus that the residents tend to. Quilting groups, sewing groups, knitting groups, just lots and lots of amenities. Never a boring day.
Schedule a tour today at threepillars.org.
Time for a WTMJ Sports Update for the Gruber Law Office's One Call, That's All Sports Desk. For the first time in head coach Matt LaFleur's tenure, the Packers will open the season at home. Got the Detroit Lions Sunday, September 7th.
The Packers stay at home in Week 2 for a Thursday night matchup against the Washington Commanders. Other primetime games include Sunday night football matchups in Week 4 at Dallas and Week 8 at Pittsburgh. The Packers matchup in Week 10, a home game against the defending champion Eagles on Monday Night Football. From November 23rd until the end of the season, the Packers will play 5 games against NFC North Division opponents, including Thanksgiving at Detroit and the final week of the season at Minnesota. Greg Matzek, WTMJ News.
Two of the Packers' 3 preseason games will also be at home bye week coming early this year in Week 5. Brewers are off today after beating the Cleveland Guardians 9-5. Twins come to town tomorrow at American Family Field, and the Admirals return to the ice tonight, opening the AHL Central Division Finals against the Texas Stars.
WTMJ time saver traffic. You'll see road construction delays on 41-45, both directions north of the zoo. Same thing for 43 northbound, north of the Marquette.
High of 75 at the lake, 86 degrees inland today, and the chance for severe weather moving in late this afternoon into the early evening hours. Storms should clear out overnight, low down to 55. Partly cloudy, windy, and warm, with a chance of showers and storms Friday afternoon, high of 81. Weekend looks pretty good. Partly cloudy and breezy on Saturday, high 63. Sunday's high just 55 under partly cloudy skies. And for Monday, partly cloudy, cool, high of 54. Right now in Milwaukee, we're at 56.
Live from the Annex Wealth Management Studios at the Avenue in downtown Milwaukee, this is Wisconsin's Morning News. Here are your hosts, Erik Bilstad and Vince Vitrano.
9 minutes after 9 o'clock on Wisconsin's Morning News. Busy on Wisconsin Avenue as we speak. Demonstrators gathering on the steps of the federal courthouse, both in favor of the government's position on this case that's made national news, as well as protesting. Certainly the protesters against seem to be outnumbering the others, but these demonstrations are going on as Milwaukee County Circuit Court Judge Hannah Dugan is making her federal court appearance on charges of obstruction of justice.
And we now have a trial date set in the case. So this is from Scott McFarland, our CBS correspondent, who's in town covering this case. He joined us earlier on Wisconsin's Morning News. This is what he is reporting via X at the moment, that the federal judge took the bench in the case. Dugan to the left of her defense lawyer. The federal judge reading Dugan her rights. The prosecutor explaining the case against Dugan and specifies that Dugan faces up to a year in prison on 1 count and up to 5 years on count 2. Through her defense attorney, Judge Hannah Dugan pleads not guilty. Trial date is set for July 21st. Dugan is not speaking in this hearing. Her defense attorney is handling all matters with the federal judge. Protesters are still audible outside the courthouse on Dugan's behalf. Defense attorney notifies federal judge that Dugan might seek jury questionnaire ahead of trial due to the unique issues of picking a jury for a case involving Dugan, who is a sitting local judge.
So the fact that we have a trial date means that the judge has not ruled yet or has discounted the motion to dismiss. That was an order of business that the judge could have taken up today. Now, that doesn't mean that he won't ultimately get there, although that seems unlikely. It just means he's not ruled on that right now. If a trial date is set, it would suggest that Judge Lynn Edelman would either consider that later, like, okay, I just got this yesterday, your motion to dismiss, and backing up quickly, Judge Dugan's team has filed a motion to dismiss the case on various claims, one being that the federal government doesn't have jurisdiction over her circuit court, which would be an interesting argument to make. Judge could take that up later. He said, I just got this, okay, we'll review it, and I'll give you my ruling on that later. So it doesn't mean it's a done deal, but it also means that we are moving forward today.
So yeah, July 21st would be the start of the trial for Hannah Dugan, the Milwaukee County judge, accused of helping an undocumented immigrant from arrest by misdirecting ICE agents at the Milwaukee County Courthouse.
Got our eye on Wisconsin Avenue this morning. Let you know if there's any other news that breaks out of that, or if any of the principals actually step up to the microphone and talk about the case as well, which is possible. Discuss this. It's a story that's been in the news for the last 24 hours or so, and I'm truly not sure how much this really matters, how much this one position that is now in transition affects our treasured cultural institution that is the Milwaukee Art Museum. News that the director of the Milwaukee Art Museum, Marcel Polednik, is stepping down this summer. I'll read you the statement from the chairman of the board, Jeff Yabuki. Marcel has driven a number of noteworthy accomplishments over her tenure, including navigating the challenges of the global pandemic, focusing our strategic agenda, and helping to prepare us for the next decade of artistic growth and innovation for our landmark institution. No reason given for her decision to leave the museum, nor a future endeavor or destination offered either. Sometimes when you have that, she's accepted a position at another institution or doing this, that, the other. Not the case, so we don't know what she's up to. She's been with the museum since 2016. I mentioned Erik. I've interviewed her once, maybe twice, but I don't think we met in person because that was during COVID. She joined us for a virtual interview once or twice, talking about how the museum was managing the pandemic. In fact, that's one of the things that the board credits her with, of like, our museum stayed open given all of these challenges, and they credit her, at least in part, with doing that. I will connect this dot and make a suggestion of a couple of possibilities of what's going on here. She is relatively young, and we know this because you went to high school with her. Accurate?
Why are you
I just shared that story.
Yes, we are in the same class.
I'm telling everyone that Erik and Marcel Polednik went to prom.
No, we did not. We did not. We did know each other,
You
though.
dated extensively.
That is not true.
Okay.
That is not true.
No, but you knew her?
Yeah, I knew her. Yeah, sure. I don't know if she would know me now. As
Who wouldn't remember you?
I mean, right? I don't know. To be perfectly honest, I've never been able to talk to her about it. So I haven't tried. I haven't emailed, hey, we're buddies. Or
she hasn't been actively ignoring you. Your entreaties. We should really get together.
Talk about our high school days.
You ever hear from Steve Areno anymore?
Yeah,
or
right, just drop
your
names.
various mutual friends? No. I actually only bring it up, one, to tease you, but also because to identify that, we know she's got a lot of career left ahead of her if she wants to. This isn't a thing where she's retiring from, she may choose not to work. I don't know, but what I'm saying is she's not at an age where you would say, okay, she has a lot of runway in front of her if she wants to continue working. So I connect the dots this way. And I don't have any information on this, just a conversation here. Earlier this year, you remember, Milwaukee County Supervisor was popping off about her salary.
That's right.
Supervisor Steve Taylor, in a statement that no one saw coming, it kind of came out of nowhere in February. Just here's a statement, and we get these news releases from time to time. Now, here's a statement from Alderman Shinelanden. Right. Here's a statement from Congresswoman whomever.
And they don't always come from the county supervisors, however, because they're part-time, and to be perfectly honest, they don't quite have the teeth they used to have as far as making decisions and policies, et cetera.
And sometimes these things come to announce an event, or they're relevant to something that's been going on, and sometimes they're just a statement. Here's something that Supervisor so-and-so wanted to say. Right. This was kind of one of those things. So nobody really saw it coming, and it came from Supervisor Steve Taylor. And the statement read in part, the taxpayers of Milwaukee County deserve full transparency. It is unacceptable for a publicly subsidized institution to slash staff and suffer declining attendance while its director's salary skyrockets. This is a slap in the face to the hardworking taxpayers, and I am expecting answers. And then he names the director of the Milwaukee Art Museum, Marcel Polednik, and even seems to suggest that she ought to appear before a county board. Supervisor Taylor went on to identify the county's part in payments to the museum, which is largely funded in millions of private donations. So the county does contribute, but it's by no means like the major percentage of the Milwaukee Art Museum's operating.
And she's not a county worker.
Also true. She doesn't work for the county. She works for the Milwaukee Art Museum. And the Art Museum points out her position is not funded by this county taxpayer investment that is contributed to the museum. I guess you can argue, and we talk about this sometimes, well, money in this pocket, that's in my left pocket, but that's not the same as the money that's in my right pocket. And I guess you could argue, and I think Supervisor Taylor seems to be indicating, I don't care which pocket it's in, you have the money. So fair enough, neither here nor there. His point was, obviously, if you can afford to pay your director more than $500,000 annually, and that salary grew substantially since when she joined the museum in 2016, well, then maybe we ought to reconsider whether or not county taxpayers should be making any investment to the art museum. If you have that much money there, I think he said money to burn. I wouldn't say it's money to burn. You got to pay someone in that position, but you see where he's coming from on that. I think I'm connecting the dots to this. And if I'm her, either one of two things. Saw the handwriting on the wall. You're a little bit worried about the future of your job. If now it's going to be nitpicked at the county level by supervisors who aren't your boss and whatever, you're being called to testify. And, that if I'm a person in that position, I say, well, are they going to get is this going to be a problem? Are they going to talk about lowering my salary? Could there be a movement to push me out?
Or to cut money?
Yes. Or if you view it more favorably from the standpoint of the art museum or from her, you could suggest that here's her I'm pretty good at this. I got a doctorate. I know what I'm doing. We have a really successful art museum here in Milwaukee. And in the global stage of what is considered fine art, is Milwaukee the sexiest city on the planet for bringing major exhibits and all this stuff? We have the Calatrava addition to the art museum, and I make good use of that, and I do all of these things. And Well, if I'm not appreciated here, and I've got some guy I never even heard of before who's a county supervisor popping off about just ripping me out of nowhere about my salary and how much I make and all of this stuff. Maybe I don't need you.
I'm good.
I'm good, right? I'm good. And maybe now's a good time to get the hell out of here. And if she is, and like I said at the top, I'm not sure how big of an impact it is because I don't know. I have no way to judge whether or not she was super effective at her job, whether or not a lot of the things we have at the art museum are because of her and because of how she directs that facility. I don't know. So, but if she is that person, it is impactful, that would be a loss, and it might be because of this guy.
It could be a nice reminder that not everyone's interested in local nonsense political stuff, too. All right, and again, this is just you and I talking. I have no idea, but you know what? I would rather just focus on making the art museum good than having to deal with supervisor.
There are other pretty important museums in the world, and maybe I got a shot at one of those. If this is what I'm going to be suggested to here, not good enough for you here in Milwaukee, okay, fine, right? So I lean toward the latter. Could be the former. I don't know, but that's how I connect those dots this morning. And when you guys have coffee or whatever before she leaves, Eric, to reminisce about old times, you let me know. 9:20 on Wisconsin's Morning News.
It's Gina Della. You've heard me define what makes Pella Windows and Doors different. Let me introduce you to the woman behind the billboards, commercials, and share my extraordinary journey of resilience, reinvention, and shattering glass ceilings every Saturday morning at 6:30 on 620 WTMJ and anywhere you stream podcasts for What's the Difference with Gina Della to discuss business coaching across all industries, featuring successful executives, entrepreneurs, and mentors along the way. This is a story you won't want to miss.
Hi, everybody. Debbie Lozga here for 620 WTMJ. We are teaming up with the Brewers Community Foundation for the annual Pet Supplies Drive-Through Drive to benefit the animals of the Wisconsin Humane Society. Folks are driving through right here at the near the Cooper parking lot, right in front of Hellfair Field, dropping off their stuff and heading on their way. They're making their donations. Of course, I've got some friends behind me. I've got the WHS mascot Pupper. And then we've got Italian and Chorizo behind me. Can't see him. Sorry. There you go. So we've got a lot of stuff going on around here. By the way, if you do make your donations, you can donate either money or pet supplies right here right on site. If you donate at least $10, you can get a Trevor McGill pin. This goes for the pet supply donations too. The first 200 fans who donate in person will also get 2 free ticket vouchers for the 2025 season and a Racine Sausages water bottle and a lovely pet bandana that has the logo for the Brewers Community Foundation. It's absolutely adorable. I have it on my dog Hamilton right now. Hamilton's taking a rest right now, but we're having so much fun out here, and there is plenty of room for everybody to come on by, drive in, and drop off your pet supplies. It is a lot of fun. Don't forget, you can donate throughout the weekend homestand, too, right here at American Family Field. Thank you all so much, and I'm hoping to see you. Come on out and say hi. 620 WTMJ.
Hey, this is WTMJ's Steve Scafidi. Don't miss Capri Community's Enjoy Life Active Aging Symposium on Wednesday, June 4th at Elmbrook Church in Brookfield from 8:30 to 3 p.m. This is a free and fun event for older adults 55 plus that celebrates active aging, featuring speakers like John McGivern and Jennifer Bartolotta, exhibitors, goat yoga, speed friending, raffles, food, music, and much more. Make the day your own. Pre-register at EnjoyLifeSymposium.com. That's EnjoyLifeSymposium.com.
9:23 on Wisconsin's morning news. I wish I could bring you in here for this. Like, remember Mystery Science Theater 3000 or 2000, whatever it was? You know, they had those like cartoon guys and they'd watch stuff and then they'd make comments on what they were watching.
Oh, yeah, the old movies. It was on Comedy Central, wasn't it? Yeah.
Probably 80% of the stuff we say, we got 4 TV monitors in here, is probably unrepeatable, but Pancake just had a good one. Excerpts from this new book questioning the mental fitness while in office of former President Joe Biden continue to paint a bleak picture of the former president's back end of his term. And before you turn it off because it's political or whatever, it's coming from his own party. At least the reporting out of the book is. It's coming from insiders. Jake Tapper is one of the authors, and he's saying, I talk to mostly Democrats, so this is where this is coming from. It's not a right-wing attack. But they continue to point some dark visions of what it was like in there and perhaps how much the former president was struggling with his mental capacity, his fitness for the office. The book is titled Original Sin, President Biden's Decline, Its Cover-Up, and His Disastrous Choice to Run Again. The book was written by, as I said, Jake Tapper of CNN and Alex Thompson of Axios. What are the more shocking revelations dropped this week? For a lot of Americans, it was this moment that caused them to finally question, is everything okay in there?
With the COVID, with dealing with everything we have to do with,
Yeah, that was the lone debate between President Biden and then former President Trump. Tapper on CNN this week detailing in the book that members of the president's cabinet, so cabinet secretaries, told him that they weren't allowed to brief the president in person. For months, said they would have to brief staff who would then pass on, and to their point in criticizing this, pass on what? Like, do we know what was said, what was getting through, or what was being properly characterized? They were told that they would pass that on to the president, that cabinet secretaries weren't meeting in person with the president, that they didn't see him perhaps for months.
Is that normal, though? Like, cabinet secretaries oftentimes just get FaceTime with the president?
Regularly? No.
Tom Bilstad just picks up the phone and calls whomever?
Some point over a year and a half, you're probably sitting down with the president, and they're saying it was that long, like they didn't see him.
There were 2 Bidens. There was a Biden that was perfectly workable, serviceable, seemed fine, and then there was a non-functioning one that couldn't come up with names of top aides, that would lose his train of thought to an alarming degree. And that non-functioning Biden reared his head increasingly over and over. It really seemed to exacerbate and get much worse in 2023, 2024.
It's Tapper talking about his book on CNN. But what was it? Kind of had this thought, and you and I are in concert on this. You had the same thought. Like, what was the big moment that we keep hearing about? What was the light bulb moment that alerted everyone to something's wrong? Like everyone.
Outside of the debate?
Outside of conservative circles and prior to the debate.
Oh, it was the George Clooney thing.
Yes.
Yep.
Biden was just walking around saying, hello, thanks for being here, hello, thanks for being here. And an aide said, you know George. And the president was like, yeah, sure, how are you? Thanks for being here. And the aide had to say, no, George Clooney. And it was just shocking for everyone involved.
So Tapper's describing this fundraiser that the president attended, and he was walking the line. Hey, hi, how are you? Yeah,
it was a big fundraiser in California.
Yeah. Here's George. Yeah, Clooney was like one of the planners of the fundraiser, right? And hey, and here's George. Yeah, hey George, how you doing? He's like, no, you know George. It's actually George Clooney, right? But what stood out to me, my light bulb moment was, that was it? That was the moment? How dare you not recognize George Clooney? What the hell's George Clooney?
Dr. Ross.
You're not meeting with your cabinet for a year and a half. You're not seeing people in person. You're asking your staff to brief you, like all of these people around the president, but but he didn't know who George Clooney was. Now we got to do something. How dare you?
You could make the argument this wasn't at a Starbucks, though. This was at a fundraiser, and he is, if not the biggest, he is one of the biggest Democratic Party donors they got.
But it wasn't like didn't recognize Emmanuel Macron of France, didn't recognize President Schindelinden of this country or that, didn't properly recognize the prime minister. He didn't recognize Trudeau from up in Canada. No, George Clooney. Well, this cannot stand. We can't have a president who doesn't know George Clooney. I know.
That's how we'll do cognizant tests from now on. We'll have to ask the president, okay, can you name this actor?
Can you name this? Who is this person?
Is that Brad Pitt?
Ocean's 11, ER, anything there? No? All right, you're out. Right? You don't make the list. I do want to bring this back up because I alluded to it yesterday when we were talking about this. And there were, if you get your news at least in part or totally from conservative media, you weren't surprised. Because conservative media was highlighting some of these mental lapses of the president time and time again. And if you want to be critical of that, almost exclusively. That was the only thing they talked about the Biden presidency. Well, this is bad, that's bad. He's not fit for office, he's not fit for office, he's not fit for office. But if you only get your news from left-leaning or even mainstream sources, such as CNN, you didn't see a lot of that. And so when the debate happened, you were shocked. You hadn't seen that, President Biden, which is why I encourage you, outside of this show being perfect, where we are totally balanced and give you all the information, you got to get your news from multiple sources. Okay, I've got conservative sources in my social media. I've got liberal sources in my social media. We use networks. Sometimes I dip into Fox. Like, you got to just be informed of it. You don't have to agree with it, but like inform yourself of what the conversation is holistically. Everybody sees the world differently. So Tapper was asked about that. And I alluded to it yesterday because it was happening as we were on the air. I want to give you the exchange that he had.
So, Jake, you've been at this journalism business for a long time, and you know that whenever you go out on a limb like you are right now, you get criticism from a whole lot of people. What do you think of conservatives now criticizing you and the media in general for how President Biden was covered during his administration?
I think some of the criticism is fair, to be honest, of me. Certainly I'm not going to speak for anybody else, but knowing then what I know now, I look back at my coverage during the Biden years, and I did cover some of these issues, but not enough. I look back on it with humility.
So I don't know, maybe you buy it, maybe he's trying to sell a book. That's up to you. But there's no question he's admitting there that clearly I didn't cover this enough. If there's enough for you to create a book that's now calling it the disastrous decision to run again, claiming that there was a cover-up, you were at least either A, you bought it because you wanted to and you allowed yourself to be, to not see what was right in front of your eyes, or B, you didn't see it. Which way do you want it? But either way ain't good. And at least he's admitting to that much this morning. 9:30 on Wisconsin's Morning News.
Welcome to our Everyday Health feature, sponsored by the Freighter and the Medical College of Wisconsin Health Network. Across the nation, more than 104,000 people are waiting for organs that will save their lives, with more than 90,000 of them waiting for a kidney. Living Kidney Donation works to close the gap between the need and availability of donor kidneys. Here to tell us more about Living Kidney Donation is Leanne Mixon, Vice President of Transplant Services at the Freighter and the Medical College of Wisconsin Health Network, and a living kidney donor herself. Leanne, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you for having me.
Let's start with having you tell us about the need for kidney donors and how Living Donation can help.
More than 90,000 people are waiting for kidneys across the country, including more than 1,100 here in Wisconsin. The wait for a deceased donor kidney transplant can be several years. People on the wait list have an increased mortality risk as well as a higher risk of complications due to their primary disease and dialysis. Living Donation helps increase the pool of organs, leading to less wait time, more organs that can be transplanted, and often boosts outcomes for recipients.
As someone who donated a kidney, what would you say to others who may consider being a donor?
I would encourage them to do it. Before I donated, I talked with several donors who said that they would donate a kidney again in a heartbeat. Now, having been through the experience myself, I can wholeheartedly say the same. Seeing firsthand the life-changing impact that donation has for so many, I absolutely made the right decision. And if at any time during the process a donor decides that they don't want to move forward, they can stop the process, no questions asked.
Did you feel like your health was a priority to the care team?
I absolutely did.
Was it a difficult process?
It was a pretty easy process. A fair amount of testing just to make sure that I was healthy enough to donate.
Why should someone choose the Freighter to the Medical College of Wisconsin Living Kidney Donor Program?
Our team of experts provide exceptional care for live donors from the earliest point in the evaluation through hospitalization and follow-up care. A dedicated transplant coordinator works with the donors through every step related to donation and stays close to them following donation to support their recovery. And all along the way, the donor's health is the care team's priority.
Leanne, great information. Thanks for being with us today. For more information on Living Donation, visit freightert.com/transplant, or you can call 414-777-7700.
I heard you installed solar panels on your house last year. Who do I call about that? What's up? I said, who can I call about having solar panels installed? What's up?
What's Up Engineering is the name you can trust with your solar project. Whether you want to lower your energy bills, establish
establish energy security or be grid independent for your home or business. No subcontractors. They do all the work so you have assured project satisfaction. Go solar today with What's Up Engineering, serving all of southern Wisconsin. Visit whatsupengineering.com to learn more about solar today.
ABC News, I'm Sherry Preston. Oral arguments at the U.S. Supreme Court right now on birthright citizenship and whether judges can issue nationwide injunctions against that and other Trump executive orders.
The Trump administration is asking the High Court to set aside injunctions issued by lower court judges in Maryland, Massachusetts, and Washington state. The administration says those judges have overstepped in blocking the president's executive order nationwide. But opponents say if the administration wins here and the executive order takes effect nationally, thousands of children born in the U.S. could face deportation or be rendered stateless.
ABC national correspondent Stephen Portnoy. A Wisconsin judge has pleaded not guilty to charges accusing her of helping a man in the country illegally who local law enforcement was looking to arrest. Walmart says it expects to raise prices soon to offset the effect of the Trump tariffs on its business. In New York, Sean Combs' ex-girlfriend Cassie Ventura back on the witness stand in his trial. She's undergoing cross-examination by Combs' lawyers. This is ABC News.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time 9:34.
From the WTMJ Breaking News Center, wild weather day across the state. And we started with this dense fog that should be burning off. Then we'll warm up, and that brings in the potential for severe weather. WTMJ meteorologist Craig Copleen on Wisconsin's Morning News.
The window for the Milwaukee area and, well, all of southeastern Wisconsin for severe storms is between 5 and 8 p.m. These will be fairly fast-moving storms, so they'll come and go pretty quickly. The storms will be closer to the early end of that time frame, the 5 p.m.-ish for our western counties, and then they'll be closer to the 7-8 o'clock hour in the Lakeshore County.
Donald Trump, get your hands off our Constitution.
In downtown Milwaukee right now, outside the Milwaukee Federal Courthouse, crowds are protesting against the charges related to what happened in and around Judge Hannah Dugan's Milwaukee County courtroom back in April. You may recall Judge Dugan charged she's accused of directing agents away from Eduardo Flores Ruiz, who's undocumented, when they tried to arrest him at the courthouse. Dugan today pleading not guilty to those federal charges. Her trial date is now set for July 21st. Flores Ruiz, meanwhile, faces misdemeanor battery charges in state court as well as federal charges.
Mouse droppings in the school kitchen. Milwaukee Health Department located rodent droppings in the main kitchen at Pulaski High School after an inspection this week. MHD ordered the school to cease all kitchen operations for a week until they get it cleaned up.
The Harley-Davidson CEO is going to stay for now. The shareholders reelected Jochen Seitz and two other longtime Harley-Davidson directors after a campaign seeking to oust them. The exact results of that vote were not immediately released, but the source telling the Milwaukee Business Journal that it was razor thin. Seitz still plans to retire sometime this year.
Time for news about your money. WTMJ Annex Wealth Management Market Update. An hour off the opening bell. Dow Jones Industrial Average still down nearly 100 points. It's at 41,958. S&P 500 at 58,879. That is down 13 points. And the NASDAQ down 120 points to 19,026. Financial planning at every level. Annex Comprehensive Wealth, Annex Private Client, Annex Ignite. Details at annexwealth.com.
WTMJ time saver traffic slowdowns, your typical construction delays on 4145 northbound and southbound north of the zoo. You're also going to see some slowdowns as you head 43 north before you get to the Hale. Some barrels there too, so you're crawling a little bit there right before you get to the Hale interchange. And finally, some construction slowdowns, but not bad, 43 northbound north of the Marquette.
Your WTMJ forecast, 75 degrees, your high temp at the lake, 86 inland. Chance for severe weather late this afternoon and into the early evening hours. Tonight's low down to 55 as we clear out the storms. Partly cloudy on Friday, windy and warm. Chance of showers or storms in the afternoon with a high of 81. For the weekend, high of 63 on Saturday under partly cloudy skies. Sunday just 55 for the high, partly cloudy as well. And Monday partly cloudy and cool with a high of 54. Right now, Milwaukee at 56.
For those with a warm weather fashion passion, try St. Vincent de Paul thrift stores, because that's where you'll find a vast array of men's, women's, girls, and boys' warm weather apparel at the friendliest prices. So many choices, and at such a value. You can fill the closet without draining your wallet. Shop warm weather fashions at St. Vincent de Paul thrift stores on Highway 100 in Layton and Greenfield, 23rd in Lincoln, and 76th and Bradley Road in Milwaukee.
You're gonna love it, St. Vincent.
St. Paul.
Hey, it's WTMJ's Greg Matzek. Have you been to the Hounds and Tap yet? In Menominee Falls, this state-of-the-art facility and the ultimate hangout for hounds and humans. Grab a drink at the indoor-outdoor tavern, let your dogs hang out. You can even book professional grooming services, from pedicures to full spa treatments. Every day is a play day at the Hounds and Tap. Hang out with your dog and others, or drop your dog off for doggy daycare or doggy boarding services. Check out thehoundsandtap.com. That's thehoundsandtap.com.
Vince Vitrano here for Connect Chiropractic, now open in Oak Creek. Great to see so many people stop out at the brand new location on the south side for our grand opening just last week. All of your basics treated there, neck and back pain, that type of thing. The added benefits of overall better health, improved mobility, and all with no twisting, no cracking, no popping. The docs use a special tool to make all the adjustments. It's pain-free and effective. Now, I have switched over to Oak Creek because that's closer to where I live on the south side, but you're good in Wauwatosa or Delafield as well, regardless of the location. Great docs at all of the spots for Connect Chiropractic. In Oak Creek, the new spot is just east of Howell Avenue on Rawson Road. Book your first appointment at Go Connect Chiro. That's GoConnectChiro.com.
Goodyear, Dunlop, Kelly, Continental, General, you name it, we got it.
Plus, free flat tire repair, free tire rotations, and more.
So when you're due for tire service, schedule it at richlawns.com.
That's Rich Lawns with 2 N's.
Rich Lawns.
Active Liver is the easy way to get a daily detox to keep you healthy and feeling your best. Find Active Liver at your local CVS or online at Amazon or newnordicusa.com.
More than 1,000 Starbucks baristas at 75 different stores across the country are walking out, striking. But this isn't about pay. It's about dress code.
The new dress code mandated by Starbucks requires baristas to wear a black shirt and either khaki, black, or blue denim bottoms. As it was before, the employees could wear a broader range of dark colors and patterned shirts. Starbucks says the new rules would make its green apron stand out and create a sense of familiarity for customers as it tries to establish a warmer, more welcoming feeling in its stores. But the Workers United Union says the dress code should be subject to bargaining. Dave Packer, ABC News.
Yeah, one union member telling the USA Today that the distraction is Starbucks rolling out all these new changes when all the customers concerned about is getting their drinks and going about their merry way.
I certainly would agree with that. I mean, you want, no matter where you shop, no matter what you want folks to look professional. Do I care whether you got a pattern on your shirt or not? I don't. But by the same token, don't you grant the employer the ability to set the dress code of how you want people to dress?
I mean, if you're a restaurant, you don't tell the waiter or the waitstaff, "Hey, here's what we're looking for. You know, here, can you keep it like this?" Or in some cases, like actually have a shirt. My kid works at a restaurant. He wears a restaurant shirt.
My son just got a part-time job at a grocery store. Right. They sent him home with a couple of shirts. They said, if you want more shirts, you can buy them at this inexpensive price. And here's what kind of pants we expect you to wear. And here's what kind of shoes.
So is it that unheard of for Starbucks to say, at the same time, are you not going to go to, if you're a Starbucks buyer, we know some here, they'll walk over glass without shoes if they have to.
Walk through an armed militia to get to their...
I don't think the shirt matters.
Refresher, their sippy, their macchiato, this, that, or the other.
Yeah.
Right, yeah. So no. And also, both sides of this argument, I don't know. Like, I could see either side giving in and being fine with it. Like, all right, fine, you want to wear these kind of shirts? Go ahead, we're Starbucks. Or if you're the union, like, we got other stuff to worry about, like workplace conditions and how much pay our folks are getting and whether or not they're part of this. Like, I don't know. Fine, we'll wear the black shirt. 9:41 on Wisconsin's Morning News.
I get by with a little help from my friends.
Ringo Starr and his all-star band. With friends, Steve Lukather from Toto. From Men at Work, Colin Hay. From Average White Band, Hamish Stewart. Friday, September 12th, the Miller High Life Theater. On sale Friday, May 16th at 10 a.m. at papstheatergroup.com.
WTMJ's Erik Bilstad here for QC Kinetics. They've been at it for more than 8 years, the nation's leader in non-surgical relief for joint pain. You heard that right. Non-surgical relief for joint pain. So often you hear about someone putting off that knee pain or the back pain or the ankle or the hip, and they're putting it off because they're afraid of surgery. They might not even realize they are and just don't want to go through that process. Well, QC Kinetics has another way, and it's working for thousands and tens of thousands, I should say, of satisfied patients. These are regenerative cell therapy treatments, and it restores the tissue in your achy joints, and they do it without putting you under the knife. No surgery, no downtime, no drugs. It all works. It's an all-natural cellular level option with lasting relief. The time is now. Call QC Kinetics, 414-285-3474. That's 414-285-3474. Call QC Kinetics and set up your free consultation today.
Visit family-owned Ken Michaels Furniture and our in-store design centers where you'll still find beautiful, luxurious, heirloom-quality American-made furniture. Right now, save 30 to 35% store-wide and take advantage of our complimentary design services. Whether you're moving, renovating, or updating, our designers will help your vision become a reality. Visit Ken Michaels Furniture in Brookfield on Capitol Drive and in Greenfield on Highway 100 to save 30 to 35% store-wide today. Sleep better and save more with mattresses from Milwaukee Mattress and Ken Michaels Furniture. Handcrafted in our Milwaukee factory, our mattresses utilize natural materials like cotton cushioning, which dissipates body heat, Joma wool quilts for warm wintry nights and cool summer evenings, and natural latex providing superior conformability and pressure relief for aching joints. Stop in today at any Ken Michaels Furniture store and save up to 50% compared to national brands.
Hey everybody, Debbie Loziga here once again. 620 WTMJ is teaming up with the Brewers Community Foundation to collect pet supplies for the Wisconsin Humane Society. I'm outside of Health Fair Field right near the Cooper parking lot, right through that drive-through thing. You can just come by, drop things off, we'll collect it, and you will be on your way. Anybody who donates anywhere from $10 to any kind of pet supplies, you will get a collectible Trevor McGill pin. The first 200 fans will get 2 free ticket vouchers for this season and Racine Sausages water bottle. Also, as my dog Hamilton here is modeling, we do have the Brewers Community Foundation bandana as well available for puppers. So we want everybody to come on by. It's super easy. We're here until noon collecting pet supplies for the Brewers Community Foundation and the Wisconsin Humane Society. Want more information? Just text the word PET, P-E-T, to the Siding Unlimited talk and text line 866-616-1620. I'm Debbie Loziga, 620 WTMJ.
It's Thursday. That means it's almost time for the weekend. And with the weekend nearly upon us and the weather getting nicer, save for a few hours later today, you got to consider your options. What are your options this weekend? Joining us on Wisconsin's Morning News, host of What's on Tap, WTMJ, Sandy Max. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Yeah, what is on tap
I should say Guten Morgen.
It's almost literally what's on tap. Guten Morgen.
Very much so. There is certainly beer to embrace this weekend. You know, Traveling Beer Garden is now open in Wilson Park.
Yeah, they kicked off at Wilson Park. First time ever at Wilson Park.
Yeah, which is nice. Circulating around. But you can also enjoy beer at an authentic German festival in Germantown. Get it? This weekend, My Fest, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And this is a traditional German festival, truly embracing spring and German culture. And you're going to get all the good stuff in the big white tent at Fireman's Park in Germantown, which is a new location. This has traditional dancing throughout the whole weekend, traditional live music, but also you got your fun cover bands like Bella Kane and the Toys. But I also love that they have games. There is a Sheep's Head tournament on Saturday. Don't you just love the card games? And that's just fun. There's a puzzles and pints competition. You can just sit, put together a puzzle, maybe win a big gift basket while you sip on a beer.
Right. And if you can't get that puzzle together, maybe put the pint down.
Or just have another one and give up, you know. But beer, brats, pretzels, spetzel, pulled pork, cabbage, all the tasty stuff. And free Hammerschlagen to play.
Hammerschlagen, jawohl.
You know Hammerschlagen?
Not really. It's just, I think it...
I see it in old German beer
nails
hall.
into like something.
Big old stump, and everybody takes a whack with the hammer.
It's hard. It's
harder than
difficult.
it looks.
Yes.
And then have some pints.
I'll just stick to the Maybach, thank you.
But yeah, so I think it sounds like a whole lot of fun in Germantown. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Embrace the German heritage. Or you can go out to Eagle, where there's a grand opening. Old World, Wisconsin has Whitney Bell's Tavern. And this is really interesting. It is a 1930s era tavern that has been refurbished and brought over, and it is truly authentic. And there's even a beer that has been brewed specially for by Foxtown Brewery called Kettlebrow.
Yeah, it's a Kettlebrow.
Yeah. So, it's that post-prohibition era when everybody was kind of cutting loose, like, aha, we can finally enjoy in public again. But ribbon cutting ceremony on Saturday and Sunday at 10 a.m., plus live polka music by Mike Schneider, highly reputable polka performer.
I love Old World, Wisconsin.
I'm
say it
so
to my family
glad.
all the time. I'm like, got to get there. Like, well, we went, whatever. I'm like, got to get there again. Need Old World, Wisconsin.
Before you kids go to college.
Right, you kids, you'd appreciate this. See, they wrote on slates in the old schoolhouse. You see?
But it really is cool. I love that is a creative way to preserve history that excites you. That you can immerse, and even if it doesn't excite your children.
And now if we can start drinking.
Oh, exactly. Right. There's going to be tap dance performances, too, over the festive 2-day grand opening. So I do feel like we joke about this with the domes and other places where we're like, oh, no, don't go. Well, when's the last time you went to Old World, Wisconsin, if it wasn't a school trip or you weren't chaperoning that school trip? So I think it is a nice reason to get together and try a Kettlebrow.
So on Friday night is Star Wars night at AmFam Field. We were having some fun with that this week. On Saturday, an even bigger day for the Brewers and Twins, it's a WTMJ day.
Yay! We'll be there.
I see what you did there, but how dare you? Bigger than Star Wars?
Yes.
Oh!
How dare you? And it's cribbage board night, too. But
Yes,
I
on
digress.
Saturday.
Go ahead.
I am fascinated by this collectible cribbage board. Am I the only person who has only played on a rectangular cribbage board? This is a circular
there are all sorts of
cribbage board.
strange, like people
they
carve them out of different things. There's some really unique boards.
As long as you have the right number of
pegs,
who
yeah,
cares?
and avoid the skunk pegs.
Yeah, right.
Oh my gosh, I am crazy excited about this. If you go to thebrewers.com, the website, you can see it's a circle. It has all 5 of the racing sausages on there, and then I assume you put your pegs in clockwise order to go around. But I just think it's one of the most Wisconsin collectibles.
Do we know? Does everybody
ever
get one? Is that
the first 25,000 fans on Saturday?
And it's supposed to be
get there early.
It's a busy day. There'll be a lot of people at that game. So
yeah, it's going to be fun playing the Twins, and it is WTMJ Day. And I'm going to tell you, I'm very excited that we have the tailgate beforehand. That we get to socialize and mingle. And
that's only for those who have tickets. By the way, you can't just show up for that. Just to warn you.
But I'm glad that there's a reason to pre-party, and everybody else can tailgate and have fun. And then it will be WTMJ Day in the stadium, and I have the honor of returning as a guest in-game host for a half inning. I'm going to play the high-low game.
Yes, I played the high-low game.
Okay, I'm going to sidebar with you so that way I make sure I get it right. But I couldn't believe how excited I was just even to be asked, because like my old spidey senses started tingling. I'm like, what inning do I need to be there? Where do I need to report? I got all excited. I'm like, I'll get my microphone. Okay, here we go.
Oh, are you?
Because that was the best summer job ever. 5 seasons of being an in-game host.
Will you please act like you be that one who's like, oh, you know what? When I did this, when I used to do this,
telling everybody around you on the team.
Here's what's really crazy: when I was an original in-game host, it was 2003. It was before social media. It was just a different world. I was literally cruising the bleachers and cruising the stands looking for fans to see if they've got an old Robin Yount jersey on, or if they've got their face painted. Like, it was really much more human contact. Now, if I could have social media, boy, I'd be all over. You could just increase that connection even more.
Sorry, I stepped on you.
Yeah, no.
It just felt like relatively new to the whole idea of in-game host.
Absolutely.
Like when we were kids, we have for you today, kids, baseball. It's not hosted by anyone.
It was a fresh concept. Right? It was a very fresh concept, and I took heat.
You were good at it.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
I'm not blowing smoke because you're sitting here, though, but you were good at it. What you took heat for? What?
There are the purists. So in the half inning, it's like, why is she telling me fun things that are happening at the ballpark?
Right.
I'm like, well, throw some popcorn at the screen and turn back and talk to your friend. Or
I'll be out of your way momentarily.
And those are the people who almost always have the headphones on listening to WTMJ anyway. So I'm not really interrupting you. So that was always very important to me, to not interrupt the flow of the game or anything, but to bring you those, just like we do, bring you those unique stories. Hey, this gal used to babysit for Paul Molitor. Tell us a story. You know,
are you going to grab the microphone and be like, hey, you know what? I used to do this way back in the day. Are you going to try to like take
Go
over
off
the
script?
Oh, no.
A lot of people nervous.
No, because I also know that role of the host. You have a finite amount of time on that big screen to get somebody's attention, to share something fun and entertaining, and then, all right, now back to the game. Like, nobody's there to hear me soft shoe it, you know. To tell a joke, unless you've got a great joke for me. Hey, Eric Bilstad told me this one. You're going down with me, brother. You're going down with me.
Hey, you have a show tonight. Just heads up. I know you know this already, but you might have some weather blowing through during your show tonight on What's on Tap. So you and Craig are talking to each other if you
Craig
need him
Copeland,
tonight.
yes, we'll take it very seriously. And I think both of you know this. My father, in 1974, WHAS in Louisville, was the reporter who broke the news of the super tornado storm at that point. So that is one of those things I take great pride in, and being able to serve the listeners. It's important. We'll still entertain.
Yes, of course.
We're going to talk about beer and theater tonight, but and Shakespeare. So, but we'll take that coverage very seriously tonight on What's on Tap.
WTMJ's Sandy Max live with us today. Hope to see you at the Yard on Saturday. 9:53 on Wisconsin's Morning News.
Hey, Milwaukee, it's Josh Albrecht here.
And I'm also Josh Albrecht. Join us every Saturday at 1:30 p.m. on 620 WTMJ for Joshin' Around Milwaukee.
We're diving into the best of what makes this city great. Local events, hidden gems, and of course, everything Milwaukee.
It's your inside look at what's happening around town, places to visit, people to meet, and stories you won't want to miss.
Catch us every Saturday at 1:30 p.m. right here on 620 WTMJ and find extended episodes and content on visitmilwaukee.org. Let's get joshing around.
Two Joshes are better than one.
Start your weekend tonight with a free dinner at the historic and gorgeous Fox and Hound Supper Club. WTMJ's John Mercure here. I love the Fox and Hounds. It is the best dining value in the state. Your second dinner is always free. Steak, ribs, seafood, pasta, a big fresh salad, any dinner item on the menu, your second one is free. Desserts and ice cream drinks, and they're huge. Buy one, get one free. So relax with your favorite beverage in the 8 unique dining rooms or on the patio in the woods. Spectacular views. I love the patio. Celebrate a birthday, an anniversary, or just a quiet dinner with your sweetie. Your second dinner is always free. The Fox and Hounds, just off Highway 167, 2 miles east of the beautiful Holy Hill Shrine. The drive through the Kettle Moraine Forest is a must-see. Weekends might be too busy. Enjoy your free dinner tonight. And the Friday Fish Fry is all you care to eat and one of the best. Visit foxandhoundsrestaurant.com. Enjoy your free dinner. Tables are open. It's the famous Fox and Hounds.
Vince Vitrano here for Lifetime Door Company. Last thing I want to do is mess up my beautiful new garage door from Lifetime. So I got a few do's and don'ts that I can share with you as well from my man Rick Burr over there at Lifetime. Rick says, if you're cleaning the door, tempted as you may be to blast it with a pressure washer, Rick says that's no good. Can damage the finish and the paint, so just good old-fashioned soap and water, that should do the trick. Also, do-it-yourself project if you want to this spring. Make sure that weather stripping is good and the bottom bumpers as well. You can replace them yourself, so you're still getting a tight seal there at the bottom. Now, if you'd rather, Lifetime Door Company can do any of that work for you. You call for service anytime or get started picking out a new door. You'll want to take care of yourself. Lifetime Door Company. 5% off any product or service when you tell them Vinny sent you. To lifetimedoor.net.
WTMJ, W277CV, and WKTI HD2 Milwaukee. From the Annex Wealth Management Studios, this is News Radio WTMJ, a Good Karma brand station.
A plea was entered. Milwaukee County Judge Hannah Dugan is pleading not guilty to federal charges that she tried to assist an undocumented immigrant escape arrest at the county courthouse earlier this year. It happened in April. She was in federal court this morning, and you may have noticed if you work downtown Wisconsin Avenue, there's a lot of people gathering outside the courthouse. They were demonstrating against those charges. We do have a trial date. So the defense had asked for the case to be dismissed. The judge has not done that, at least not as of yet. And her trial date is now set for July 21st.
So that's when the circus returns to Milwaukee. This
Right.
thing has got national attention and will continue to do that if it gets to that point.
Right. Yeah, I was going to say there could always be a twist and turn. Anything could happen before July 21st, but as of now, that's when the trial would start.
That's the latest from downtown. Anything else you might notice downtown? I'm not sure if it's the case today, but it certainly was yesterday. We had the dense fog advisory that went till 10 a.m., and that's the case today. But if you were right around downtown, you had about 3 or 4 blocks right off of the lake.
Just sitting
there.
there.
Were still like sopped in, like foghorn. So see if that burns off if you're close to downtown today. Everybody else should be sunny and warm before that severe weather, which is anticipated this evening in our area after 5 o'clock. We're on top of it here at WTMJ. Point Taken is up next.
Miss any part of the show? Get the Wisconsin's Morning News podcast sent directly to you. Text Vince to the WTMJ Talk and Text line.
This is Matt Meitner, owner of Sit Means Sit Dog Training. Do you find yourself talking to your dog but feel like she's not listening to you?
Bella, sit!
Are you constantly repeating yourself but she's not